You're listening to Ernestly Speaking, the only weekly podcast that covers friends, foes, and anything that goes. And now, for your badass host, Ernest Owens. And we're back with another episode of Ernestly Speaking with your host, Ernest Owens, myself. Well, I am so energized. This has been such a great week, and I'm looking forward to the week ahead. As many of you all know, so many things have happened and transpired since the last time we got together. And we have some updates on all those different things. I know so many of you all have been following all of the virality of the news I've been making this week. And I'm actually, kind of in awe of it all, to be honest. Just all the news and the buzz and all that jazz. So it's been quite the experience. And I just want to say thank you all for tuning in, supporting the show, listening to the new show, which I have a cool little announcement to make about that. But yeah, it's just been great. This has been a very productive week. I don't like to say the word busy. I feel like when we say busy, it's just very passive. It's like, oh, how you doing? It's a busy day. Shit's always busy, but productive. I always tell people don't say busy because busy is just basically a bunch of movement with no direction. Productive means being busy with purpose. And so I like to say productive. So when people come to me and say, you're busy, I say productive. I just feel like busy just means things are going on. I'm not a busybody. I'm productive. I'm a productive person. So shit is getting done. I just feel like everyone's like, oh, you have a busy schedule. No, baby, I have a productive schedule. So don't waste my time. So let's use better words, right? Adjectives, right? Active verbs, and adjectives. They express action. So when my students say there's a lot going on, a lot is always going on. What do you mean? It's a tough time in my life. Understood. Right? Let's be more specific, right? Let's be very clear. Are you mourning something, or are you just feeling that the situation was unfortunate? Do you have empathy, or do you just kind of have a sense of nonchalance? Let's use our words better here. So this was a productive week. I went golfing. I was a golfing gay at the Valley Brook Country Club in Jersey. Okay, so I didn't golf, but I took a cute picture for a golfing tournament. My fraternity, Alfalfa Row Chapter, Mighty Row Chapter, had a golf invitational event, a first ever one in our chapter. It was fabulous. It was a great event, a great turnout on a sunny Saturday in Jersey. And it was just such a wonderful time. We were all getting together for a good cause. So there were several people who got foursomes, and foursomes, that's what they call in golf. It wasn't anything, let me be very clear. A foursome is when four people are set to play golf on the field. If they call it the field, maybe the hill or the grass or whatever they call it, the yard. I don't know. I don't play golf, but I support the cause. I did buy a foursome that I donated. I got to take a picture with a golf club that I didn't actually swing, but I was there for a great cause. We raised money for our scholarship fund. It was great love from Divine Nine. The Deltas were out, the AKAs, the Zetas. There were some Qs and some Kappas that came through, and some Sigmas. It was a nice Divine Nine love, and a lot of other great family and friends and people that showed up and supported. So we were there raising hundreds of dollars as dozens of people came out to support this event. So it was a great event. So I was, shout out to our wonderful Ways and Means Committee for putting on. And it was just great to get outside and touch some grass with everything that was taking place this week. I'm super excited because you all know that next week, not this week in front of us, but next week is the Emerging Media Diversity Convention, which we're super excited to have. Registration has been incredible. That's just the best word I can use. Incredible. People are coming out. And I feel like a lot of people were trying to figure out what they were doing for CBC weekend. So some of my young professionals like to go to what I call the Congressional Freaknik, decided, you know what? I actually need to get my career together. So I don't got time to go to DC and fuck around, right? Because there's a lot going on in DC right now. They said, I want to actually advance my career. And so therefore, I'll be at the Emerging Media Diversity Convention where I will be there as well. And 36 incredible panelists and guest speakers will be in attendance and in the building. So it's going to be a fabulous time. So there is still some registration available. Please, please, please go to the link in my bio to register. We're not doing any different price links or anything like that. Prices are not going up. We're not doing any last minute price increases or anything like that. The prices are going to stay the same and remain a great time. Which brings me to another announcement. If you're listening in the Core 500 Monday, right? If you're listening to this episode on Monday, September 15th, which officially marks less than a month from my 34th birthday. October 12th is my birthday. I will be 34. My wedding anniversary is on the 16th of October. We'll be celebrating 4 years of marriage. So everything will be, I got married at 30, had my 30th birthday. So every number lets me know the year. So next year when I turn 35, that'll be 5 years of marriage. So we kind of set this up correctly. Oh, but one of the things that I'm really excited about is we have a gala. Okay, if you listen to September 15th, 2 months away, Saturday, November 15th at the Museum of the American Revolution, the PABJ Awards Gala is happening. The 2025 PABJ Awards Gala returns. And it's going to be a lovely star-studded event. We have our honorees confirmed. Let me say that again. Our honorees are confirmed. We're not announcing them yet. We're going to announce them on October 1st, where tickets will be on sale as well. Tickets for the event is I want to make sure I get the prices right because there's a difference between a member price and a non-member price. So I just want to make sure I have my prices correct because people will give me a hard time. So tickets are $175 for general admission, but $125 for PABJ members. So if you're a PABJ member, the ticket is only $125. If it's general admission, it's $175. And it is an open bar. There will be lots of food. There'll be lovely honorees. The event is from 6 to 11. So there'll be lots of eating and drinking and schmoozing and all that, okay? So it's going to be a fabulous time. We have some incredible honorees. And the money goes to support our organization. We are a 501c3 nonprofit, so the money raised will support our efforts and will support our scholarship fund. We're going to be giving out incredible scholarships to some deserving individuals, and I am proud to announce that under my presidency, we are going to include a scholarship specifically for a community college student. Now you'll say to yourself, well, where did you get that from? But I thought that this year, our organization did this a couple years ago, but we're bringing it back into my presidency. It is important to acknowledge, as a professor at a community college myself, that in the past, these scholarships will go to students at a 4-year institution. And we get it. 4 years in college, you got more years, and it's a lot, right? And so that scholarship we will give out is $2,500 that the student can use for whatever they need for their college. We don't say it has to go directly to tuition. It could be for a laptop. It could be for whatever they need to improve their college experience. We give them that check. However, in that process, right, because I like to talk about inequities, is that community college students, this country, a lot of students are going to community college. Community college enrollment is going up. A lot of students are going to community college in lieu of the college affordability crisis that we have. In my leadership, I said to myself, why don't we have something for them? Now, we give $2,500 for 4 year. We're giving $1,500 to a community college student. So if there's a community college student in the greater Philadelphia area, if you go to CCP or you go to another school that's nearby, apply. And this is a scholarship for you because I saw so many of my community college students who are doing outstanding work and they are not getting any support. And listen, there's great scholarships and support for them, but because of their unique experiences, a lot of scholarship programs do not give actual scholarship dollars to community college students. They have to raise it for their own institutions. But outside of that, a lot of them that will try to go for the competitive scholarships don't. And so it was important for PABJ to make sure, the Philadelphia Association of Black Journalists, that we will support those students interested. There are tons of community college students that are interested in journalism and in media and in PR and those things. We want to create something that will give them an opportunity to get support. And we have the funding and the support thanks to supporters like you all who go to our events, who buy tickets to our events. Your contributions is helping to now extend our scholarship possibilities. So that is what leadership looks like. I don't know what other leaders are doing in other organizations, but to be able to show people what you're doing with the resources, showing them how you're taking in the feedback and creating opportunity for a variety of students from different backgrounds, that's what we're doing. So tickets will be on sale at thepabj.org on Wednesday, October 1st. That will be the same day we will announce our honorees. The people that we're honoring this year are a pretty big damn deal. They're awesome. They're incredible. They're inspiring. And I have the pleasure to say that every honoree that we reached out to this year accepted immediately. I mean, within 24 hours. And we're like, absolutely. And this will be a very fabulous year. The Museum of the American Revolution is one of my favorite venues in the city. I've done several events there in the past. The PABJ Gala was there in 2023 when yours truly won Journalist of the Year. And I thought this year will be a great return with the things that we're doing. There's some different spaces that we're going to do with the venue. We're not going to be at the same exact location museum. The museum have various rooms and spaces. And so it's going to be a very different experience visually. And it's going to be a great time. So we encourage you all to really show up to support this event. Again, honorees will be announced on October 1st. Put on your calendar. Tickets will be sold on that same date. Of course, you all know that this podcast will get you all geared up in the 2 weeks leading up. So we will be selling those tickets 2 weeks from now. And of course, the event is going to be on Saturday, November 15th. Okay, from 6 to 11. So please come out, put it on your calendar, save the date. I'm giving you all a 2 months notice. So want to pull that plug in there. But yeah, this has been a great time. I'm excited about the convention next week. I'm going to LA later this week. It's going to be a good time. Want to talk about some great places I ate this week because I got to shout some spots because you all been seeing my IG and there's been some experiences. So 2 great places I went to this week. I went to Dose, which is connected to the W Hotel. The W Hotel, of course, is in the Center City area. It's a lovely time. They're in collaboration with All Aboard Candy, which is like my new favorite candy spot. The owner, her name is Alyssa. She co-owns the spot. Good friend of mine in the business and the industry. She has a wonderful candy shop that is also in Rittenhouse. The place is called All Aboard Candy. I went there and it is on 233 South 20th Street in Philadelphia. It's called All Aboard Candy. It's a local woman-owned candy shop. Okay, they import candy from all over the world. They have the most exotic candy, treats for everybody, different allergies, different whatever. It's a fabulous place to go. There's a lot of these commercial chain candy shops that's popping up in Philly. Not too crazy about them. I like to support local-owned businesses. I love to support businesses owned by women. They're a great group. They're doing some wonderful things. This is All Aboard Candy. They're at 233 South 20th Street. Lovely space. They have all types of candy for all types of age groups, different allergies. They don't mix and match their stuff. So gluten-free, all that nut allergies. They are very specific. So Joe, if you got to, I know you got your nut tree allergies, they separate the candies so that there's no cross-contamination. And for people who have gluten allergies and things like that, they do the same as well. They're very sanitary there. They have some great options, different flavors. Every time you go, there's some new things there. It is a really fun place. They also sell games and other cool stuff. They got alcohol-flavored candies. They had a really cool rosé-flavored gummies that I liked. They do not sell cannabis gummies, no CBD, none of that. But they have really fun flavors and great stuff. It's a really fun place for all ages, all ages. Mr. Johnson and I went over this summer and it was a cute little sweet date. So please check it out. It is a great spot in Philadelphia. Just opened up over the summer. And they're in collaboration with Dose. So Dose is an Italian restaurant spot that is connected to the W, okay? They are in a collab doing these fun candy-flavored cocktails. And y'all know I love some cocktails. They got a cocktail line at Dose. Check them out during happy hour. Check them out during dinner. And they have these candy-themed cocktails. So the candy at all aboard is being infused and used to make the cocktails that they serve. They have a very wide variety of drinks and things and sweet treats. Fruity, they got an espresso martini situation. I'm not a crazy espresso martini person. Y'all know that. I'm not like an espresso person at all, not a coffee person. But I know Joe and Dr. Parks like stuff like that. I'm just like, but they have the cute, sweet, flirty, fruity martinis. And so me and my little brother Jamarcus, we paid a visit over there. We went with our good old sis Laura, and we had a good time. We had some cocktails, tried some things. It was a sweet time. And so, yeah, it's fun. You should really, if you have not been to Dose for dinner, it is really good. It's a cute spot, real low key, casual, sexy, seductive. It's giving a nice little date night with you and the boo, And if you want to take it to another level, go to the W, take it upstairs, get a room. It's a vibe, and I think what will make this even fun, I think, is that now they have this cocktail line where even if you don't want to just go for dinner and that's too much, but you just want to go serve fun and try some fun cocktails. Because I'm a cocktail person. Like when I go out to bars and restaurants, if I go to dinner, I have a policy. I will do a cocktail during appetizers, but I will order a glass of wine at the same time so it can aerate on my table. I do not drink white wine, so let's not even talk about white wine. But I am a wine connoisseur, a red wine connoisseur to be specific. And so one of the things that I do, and I realize that a lot of people don't do this, and it's a pro tip. Maybe it's a pro tip. Maybe you do, maybe you don't, but just bear with me here. When I go to a restaurant, and anyone who's ever had lunch with me or dinner with me know I do this all the time. There is a certain person, I went to McCormick and Schmidt's. I will not name him. He wasn't able, okay, I won't tell too much. He remembers this, and he'll text me because he listens to this show a lot. He's someone I admire a lot. We went to lunch at McCormick and Schmidt's. He will remember this very well. He wasn't drinking because he had to go to work. But I was talking to him about wine, about like the art of wine. And so one of the things that I think he observed it, but all my certain friends have noticed this. Like I will go to a restaurant. I will order a cocktail the moment I get there. If it's a fruit cocktail, I love a cocktail in a martini glass. A fruity cocktail in a martini glass is fabulous. If they don't have one, I'll just get a Cosmo, whatever. But if you have a fruity cocktail in a martini glass, you are my favorite restaurant and bar. Automatically, I will go there. There are places in this city that serves fruity martinis in a martini glass, and I love them. And if you're a restaurant that just has a martini list and you mix and match your fruity drinks and you have a mixture and you just have a martini thing, it's just sexy to me. I love it. So I will always go. This is my thing. That's why Del Frisco's, I used to love the VIP. That was my thing. Like when I walk in there, I want that VIP from Del Frisco's, okay? But that alone, that pineapple, infused vodka with that alone, they entirely took hundreds of dollars of me just off of that drink alone, okay? But if all fails, get a Cosmo. I love Ruth Chris Steakhouse. They have a really great fruity martini on their menu. And every time I go there, I always get the drink. I always I'm going to mix and match it. Nope, I'm going to get that fun, exotic Cosmo they're doing because I'm just... Sometimes, you just stick with the things you like and you stick with the stuff that you know. And so, yeah. So, when I go to the restaurant, I always order a cocktail. And I'll always, if I know what I'm going to get, and so I like to look at the menu in advance, whether it's a steak, a duck, whatever. I always know which wine to pair with. Is it Pinot Noir? Is it Cabernet? We don't really do Merlot over here. For those who've seen the movie Sideways and know that movie, you get the joke. I don't really do Merlot. I don't. First of all, sidebar, I know I'm digressing, but Sideways is a great film. And Paul Giamatti should have been nominated for Best Actor. He was robbed. This movie came out in 2004. Mind you, I'm 13. I wasn't even able to drink. But I always told myself that watching that movie, Sideways, with Sandra Oh, because y'all forgot Sandra Oh is an actress in cinema. She should get more film roles, okay? We do not utilize Sandra Oh enough. The films I remember seeing her in, that I still remember in, was The Princess Diaries. She was the principal in The Princess Diaries. Y'all know her for Grey's Anatomy and Killing Eve. But let's be clear, Sandra Oh could have been that girl in films. We need to use more of her in films, just sidebar. But she's in Sideways. Virginia Madsen, Paul Giamatti, Thomas Church. I'm just remembering all that cast. All of them were bringing it. in that film. Everybody was stellar. That's a good ass film. It was Thomas Hayden Church. That was the actor. And Virginia Madsen. They both got Oscar nominations. Sandra Oh didn't. Paul Giamatti didn't. He was robbed. The film came out in 2004. The director of the film was Alexander Payne, who ended up doing a great film called The Descendants with George Clooney, another classic film. And he also did one of my other favorite films of all time, Election, which starred Reese Witherspoon. See, I told you I'm a cinephile. I'm a cinebuff. Anyway, watching that film made me fall in love with the whole idea of wines and vineyards, okay? I didn't really know much about wine. Clearly, I was like 13 when this film came out. It came out October 22nd, 2004. I was, October 12th, my birthday. So it literally came out when I was 13. I was 13 years old when that film came out. But I watched it. It was a good film. It was a very, very good film. Again, some of my age shouldn't have been watching it. We was rated R, but listen, okay? I was always a different kid. But the movie was really good. It's a romance comedy. It aged very well. 20 years later, you can watch this movie and still find it funny, thoughtful, and very endearing. Love the film a lot. So, fell in love with wine from watching that movie. There's a reference about the guy, the lead actor, who's Miles, played by Paul Giamatti, how he felt about Merlot. And so I always never really got into Merlot because of that film. Fun fact. Didn't like white wine, though. Don't like white wine. I think that Chardonnay tastes like cod oil. Just fun fact. But anywho, I get a glass of red wine. I also ask for a glass of red wine. I don't drink the red wine immediately because some restaurants have a policy on like double dipping and all that shit. Whatever. Philadelphia don't really. Let me be quiet. Let me not rat on places. But anywho, I ask for the red wine so I can aerate it. And I'm very big about aerating wine and decanting wine, even in my house. Mr. Johnson knows I have 2 decanters because I need, like when it's Thanksgiving, when it's the holidays and we host people over, we're going through wine. Listen, Jamarcus, my bestie, can drink like a sailor with some good wine. So can I. We throw it back. We don't play. I will have the decanters where I'm pouring 2 different types of reds. So we might be, whatever goes with going to pair well with the turkey, or we might do another type of protein. I need to make sure the pairings work because that's important. I'm all about what pairs well with what. So I'm always big on that. Like what red wine pairs with what type of, type of meat. Because it's important to know that. If you don't know that, you can have a bad pairing, right? So, with turkey, you want to do light to medium bodied reds. So Gamay, is always good. Pinot Noir is a classic because it has that cherry mushroom note sometimes with it, if you can taste it. But a good Pinot Noir goes well. Pinot Noir goes well with a lot of things. But even with steaks, you could differentiate which steak goes with which cut. It's a whole science. But I'm into red wine. So if you like me and, it's my birthday, get me a good bottle of red wine. My favorite red wines is we love a good Cab. We love a Gamay. We love Pinot Noir. We love Syrah. Because I love Syrah. Petite Syrah with a lamb. So good. But I digress. This is just what happens when this is, it's coming out now. It's coming out, y'all. There's so much going on in the world and I'm talking about red wines. But anywho, I like to decant my red wine. I have it there. I let decant. And then, when the main course finally comes out, it will be ready for me to enjoy in its full openness for the main course, whatever that course I choose to get with. So it's a science to it. Okay? If you drink red wine, aerate your wine. Don't waste your wine. I don't care what kind of red wine you have. All right? I go to BYOBs, a little bit of aeration. I come with my own portable decanter. Or portable aerator. I do. I've been doing that for years. You better ask my friends. Don't play with my red wines. I have a fun story. There's a guy who I think is nice, but his wife that he's with, I don't care much for her. Dr. Parks know what I'm talking about, and Joe do too. I'm being a little sassy right now. A couple of my friends might be listening to what I'm talking about. Well, the guy is nice. We like the husband. We just, the wife, not so much. We don't really hang out anymore. They live in another city. But at the time, the unbearable, cheap wife, but the decent husband, who at the time was the boyfriend who said she had to find her own way. Anyway, I digress. I know Dr. Parks is like laughing and doing her. She can't, right now she's like, because she can't believe I'm saying this like this. But anyway, that's her friend. It wasn't really my friend. It was her friend, but I tolerated her, the girl. So anyway, we had this BYOB. And I have my aerator out, and she knows this story very well. So I know she's listening, being like, Ernest, are you really doing this? I'm like, yes, I am, because I'm a petty bitch. So we're having dinner at this BRB. It's a bunch of us. And this is, first of all, this is a first world story, so don't get excited. There's nothing about this that's very deep. This is a very basic ass story, but sometimes, people can relate. We have all types of highbrow, lowbrow listeners, whatever we put it. I'm highbrow and I'm lowbrow. I'm midbrow sometimes, okay? But this is a very highbrow story. So some of you all may look at this and go, Ernest, what the fuck? And I'm just going to say, you know what? Just bear with me. So this is really a type of story that if I told Martha Stewart, she would be aghast. Like, she would be disgusted by this. Martha would be somewhere like, oh, that is tacky. I know, Martha. I know, girl. But I have to tell this. We're at this dinner, a BYOB. Now, I, again, do not like white wine. You can't aerate, but first of all, you don't aerate white wine, by the way. That's just fun fact. You don't aerate white wine, okay? You don't decant white wine. You just don't. Just open it and pour it. Boring. So we got these bottles of red flowing at this Italian BYO. It was at Boccosini, RIP Boccosini. The owners of Giorgio and Pine own Boccosini. But Boccosini's no more. There was a wonderful chef named Crystal Fox. She doesn't live in Philadelphia anymore, but for those who know Crystal Fox, she used to be on Food Network, competitive stuff. She was great, a wonderful chef, wonderful woman. She now lives with her wife in a different state altogether, but she was a great chef. And I used to go there, have dinner parties. And actually, one of my good friends, Manny, one of my besties, we had a birthday party there, and one of the journalists that we don't care much for anymore was at that party at the time, and somebody in his family made her cry. That ain't the second time somebody in that group made her cry. I digress. Anyway, so red wine bottles are being passed. Of course, everybody, for the most part, know that my portable aerator, is only going to go on the lids of red bottles. The husband of this woman, who shall not be named, they're not even here anymore, but they have rosé. They're like the contrarians. They have white wine. They bring rosé. They don't want to drink the great red wine that I had at the table. Fine. So then, in the midst of him trying to be in on the whole vibe of everybody playing with my aerator, my portable aerator, he goes, oh, well, pass it around over here. And he's asking to pass it around with a bottle of rosé in his hand. I had that Miranda Priestley, Devil Wears Prada death stare. Like, what the fuck? So there was a face I made. He didn't understand what was going on. And I had to say, someone had to tap. I don't know who said it. So I think I was mentioning, oh, you don't need that for that. First of all, it was a bottle of like cupcake rosé or some shit like that. Like, first of all, like, baby, my portable aerator costs more than that bottle of whatever the fuck was in there, that rosé. Second of all, you do not aerate rosé. Okay, it's a blush. It is a pink. It does not need to aeration. Like, stop it. It's not my fault that you all don't drink red wine and don't have sophisticated taste. Enjoy your rosé with this Italian food that you're eating, which, by the way, did not pair well with the pasta. And they started complaining about how their stomach was feeling. And I was like, well, that's because you paired the. I digress. But I've had this before. When I tell a person what kind of white wine you like and they say Moscato, like, what are you talking about? That's a dessert wine. Okay, I digress. But I say all this to say that you can go to Dose and enjoy these incredible cocktails. You can go to Dose and enjoy these incredible cocktails from All Aboard Candy right now and check them out. They're a fabulous place. I'm going to leave it there. But I went to brunch at a fabulous place. I went to Percy. And this is in Fishtown. It is a brunch spot. It's Percy, Percy. Y'all, it is the best new brunch spot in Philadelphia. I'm calling it now. It's been around. Some of you all might have already been. I, as someone who is not a food editor anymore in the way I used to, when I go to restaurants, I like to be very selective. I like to go when they've been ironed out all their kinks. Which is why I'm not going to Borromini until probably later this year. I need them to iron out their kinks. I might go in December, maybe late November, but I don't want to go right now. I went and had a preview, and the preview was promising. But a lot of you all are going, and you're telling me your thoughts about it, and I'm hearing it, and I'm like, y'all, a restaurant needs about 3 months to finally figure itself out. I want them to take out there might be some dishes that are not going to work, right? There's going to be certain things that's not popular. there's going to be recipes they need to improve upon. So respectfully, I want to be able to give them the grace and the space to be able to process that. And that's important to me. Um, and I really want to emphasize that. Like, this is a place for me, um, to make that happen. Because you want to give people a fair shot, you know? So, yeah. Percy's been around for a couple of months. I gave them the shot. Loved it. Loved it. Loved everything about it, actually. And I know that's very subtle because I get a little bit more critical. But I really love that place. Everything about it just works. The location, the vibe, the people. It's a great intergenerational crowd. You got a couple of older folks, young people, middle age. It's a very nice, chill vibe. Okay? Bright. The space is spacious. It was space. The sound, the audio was not too loud. It was lively, but not over encompassing and suffocating. The service was on point. The waiter came at the right times. Not the kind of waiter that's bugging you every like 15 seconds, but not the type that goes ghost for 20 minutes. So you don't know where the hell they went. It was a nice pace and flow. I went with my bestie, Manny. We had a great brunch there. It was right after I recorded my first episode of On the Record with Ernest, which we'll get to that. We'll talk about that in a minute. But it was just fabulous. It was a really good brunch. The prices were reasonable. They got dishes. They got a lot of breakfast there. All of their main course brunch dishes, for the most part, were under $20 and came with home fries. Let me say that again. A Fishtown brunch spot had full course, big portion entrees, mostly under $20, that came with the home fries. I just need to say that because I can't tell y'all how many restaurants I go to where you got to order all the different sides, a side salad, a side of hash brown. You got to order all this shit on the side and spend extra. It was a full course, like a full course, full brunch entree. I got the Philly breakfast special. I got the duck sausage meat as my protein. I had this incredible toast, and they bake their bread in-house. They make their own jams, daily seasonal jams. They had a really great apricot ginger jam that they made that was incredible with the toast. You can get your eggs however you want to get them, and it was great. We also had the potato hash, but it comes with like supernova lox, Granix lox on top with, you could add caviar, which of course we did because, I love caviar, with the dill on this really well done hash. It was divine. Divine. It was so good. It was so good. We had the pancakes. They had this really good like brown butter pancake situation. Now, let me say this. They will give you one pancake because that's all we needed, okay? We was slicing and dicing and eating our way through that menu, okay? Because I had to go with a big boy. Man, he's a big guy. He gonna eat. I need to go somewhere where I can really eat, okay? This was not one of those, I'm on so-and-so, I can't eat all that. Nuh-uh. We ate. We ate our way through that menu. The brunch cocktails were great. Really great. Really good. It's a spot where they make the cocktails so well that two will be enough. You don't need to go through. I don't know if they have mimosas, but they had an incredible Bellini that was $12, which is decent for Fishtown. I also had another cocktail there that was really different, but it was like a 50-50 type of martini situation. But it was like a plum flavor. It was so good. What are other things I had? Oh, dessert. We did do dessert. We had a creme brulee bread pudding. No, rice pudding. Rice pudding. It was a creme brulee rice pudding. And it had this spiced pear, very seasonal, very fall. I loved it. Loved it. I was like, wow. They had the creme brulee on top, but you crack it with the great spiced rice, but a unique dish from the family recipe of the chef. Percy, 5 stars. Loved it. Loved it. No complaints over here. I enjoyed it, Enjoyed it. And I love it. I think that it is. Brunch spots in Philly have become more humdrum. A lot of the brunch spots in Philly, I just feel like has been kind of run of the mill, where it's like good restaurants that you like for dinner are trying to do brunch and don't do it as well. And then some of the other brunch spots that I'm used to going to, I just feel like I go all the time and I wanted to spice it up. Percy's the kind of place, based on its pricing, its vibe, its setting, that I can see myself going to like every other month and not blink. Like it's like on that level, like how I go to White Dog Cafe in University City, for my friends who know. Like y'all know, I love me some White Dog Cafe. I remember Sunny Sit and Eats on South Street. Remember that? That was a spot. R.I.P. to them. Don't get me started on Axum. We done lost Axum for brunch, or it might still be open, but they got new owners, saying hitting like it used to. It's a lot. I think for me, I needed this. I need to see a new spot. Like people talk about Soraya. Soraya brunch is great. They've been around for a long time. Like they're great, right? But we needed this, Philly. We needed a new brunch spot. I know, like, there's always going to be Middle Child Clubhouse, right? Middle Child Clubhouse is in the pantheon of brunch spots, of course, right? But I want to have something different. The people need something different, something delicious, something exciting. And this just hits that for me. So it blew me out the park. It was wonderful. The hospitality was great. It was a beautiful Sunday. It was able to make reservations. I feel like the place is about to get packed now because I done put this word out. But you know what? Y'all get in when y'all can fit in. They do reservations on Resi. So make your reservations on Resi and let me know what your experience was like. But check them out. Now, before I get into the news about On the Record Ernest, we're going to talk more about the interview itself later on the show, but I'm going to talk about, the experience. So, before I get to that, I will be in LA, okay? All of my LA people, I will be at the Black Creators Summit, the Black Queer Creators Summit, hosted by GLAAD in LA. I'll be in Beverly Hills, baby. Beverly Hills. I'll be in Beverly Hills. We'll talk more about it next week's episode, but the experience is going to be great. I'll be there Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and I'm headed out on Sunday. Back to Philly, okay? But I'm excited about this. There's going to be, like I said, 65 incredible Black queer content creators. And let me be very clear what I mean by content creators. We're doing substantive content. This is not anything like, this is not a content creator space for folks that's on OnlyFans, if that makes sense. These are people creating content for not adult entertainment. Let me just say that. This is content that is, people talking about social justice issues, people that's doing entertainment and fashion and all these different things. It's for all of us. And as a journalist that also create content and do things that I do the way I do them, I'm coming in with the perspective of how to translate this type of important work, journalism, in these types of facets, because that's how people are consuming their news. And so unlike certain spaces in this city, whether it's government institutions, whether it's nonprofit organizations, a lot of people are just not utilizing the way new media is working to tell stories. And you're going to get behind. Like, it says something that our mayor, Mayor Cheryl Parker, does not really do podcasts. I would love for her to come on Ernestly Speaking. I would, actually. I actually would. I would love to bring her on my show. I'm not going to drag her. That's not what we do here on Ernestly Speaking. But I would love to have a real interview with her and, let her talk and explain her points, and love to have discourse, since everybody's out here talking about discourse with certain folks that, it's very, I'm going to save my thoughts for that. We're going to get to that later. I was ready to go, but I said, no, I'm going to hold that because y'all know where I'm going with this. Because we done seen a lot of shit. There's been a lot of capping in the last couple of days. And I do have an update on that. Okay, so stay tuned on that. But I just want to say, it's very interesting to me that this mayor does not really go on podcasts. And I'm not saying she got to go on a bunch of them, but it would be nice for her to go on some, right? If Shapiro can take the time to go. Even Austin Davis, Lieutenant Governor Austin Davis has been on Speaking. Now Senator John Fetterman has. I just think that when I look at some of the wonky, dated ways in which our city government engages with media, it sets the tone for how other journalists operate in this space. Well, listen, y'all. Y'all know I'm a national, international journalist. I don't just do news in Philadelphia. While other journalists are still trying to bet on the Inquirer for stories all the damn time, people like me are going out and traveling to LA to bring back skills and resources so I can bring to my organizations and train people on the ground, baby. That's what I do. That's what this Emerging Media Diversity Convention is going to be about next week, is bringing people together, galvanizing folks to be educated and informed on how to use this technology and use these skills to really get out news. There's a reason why I am able to get thousands of people every week to engage, because I'm not doing it the traditional ways. Because to be honest, not too many of you all are even subscribed to newspapers or reading them like that. A lot of you all get your news from me or get it from the articles and the links that I share. I'm actually the one amplifying it. There's TV stations and radio groups and journalists that are begging me to share their articles in my IG story, because if I don't, they don't know if the right audiences are going to be able to read their articles. I kid you not. I get several requests from journalists across the country, but in this city, that will send me links to their articles or stuff to amplify, because they know that my audience is going to read it and engage with it, because that's the news I share. Now, I don't share too many people's stuff, to be honest, but a lot of this news I break and curate on my own, so I don't necessarily need to even play those games. But I say all this to say that real recognizes real, and that's very important, right? Real recognizes real. So I want to create an environment and a space for people to be able to engage with the information I'm providing. But that being said, it is time for journalists in this field to learn new ways to tell their stories, to convey their messages, and get the news out there. That's what I've been successful in doing. I don't care whether you agree or disagree, because clearly y'all agreeing with motherfuckers that are white supremacists. So I don't really care whether there's people that's been walking around telling me, they'll say to me all the time, although I don't agree with everything. Listen, y'all are here immortalizing and having eulogies for full-fledged white supremacists. I don't give a fuck if you don't agree with the fuck I gotta say. There's parts of me that want to go, well, what part of it that you don't agree with? Because I ain't to know that part. You not agree that white says, what do you not agree with? Because now I gotta ask people. Because I'm trying to figure out what I'm saying that you don't agree with. Because maybe what you don't agree with might be a problem for us, It's one thing to be like, oh, well, I'm an evangelist. I am a sycophant for the Park administration. So anything that you say critical of the Park administration, I am a sycophant. I have blind allegiance to this coat. I'm joking. I'm being sarcastic. That was sarcasm. But I don't give a fuck if you disagree with me on that. I don't care. Why mention it? Who agrees with someone 100% on anything? I guess I agree with Percy on their menu right now. But I'm just saying, why do we have to put that disclaimer on anything? I feel like if you abhorrently disagree with somebody, if you just strongly disagree with somebody on a lot of things, then I would say that. But I just think it's tacky, to be quite honest. If you meet a person and you admire the work they do, why frame it to say at any point in conversation, well, I don't agree with everything you say. There's some things I disagree with. Who says that to people? Even if the person is a journalist or writer, I just think it's tacky. I will never go up to my friend and be like, although I don't agree with you on everything, I still love you, friend. What? That's not a welcoming thing to say. It's kind of tacky. Because then it opens up the invitation where you want to go, well, what do you not agree with? Which it shouldn't matter. And if it don't matter, why bring it up? I never do that. I don't do that with elected officials. I don't. The things I disagree with them on, I will name it and move the fuck on. But I will never just talk vaguely like that. I think it's weird to tell people that. It's weird. Because one, I don't expect you to. And I'm not expecting you to agree with everything I say anyway. That's just weird. There's shit I don't agree that I said years ago. Even I don't agree with myself all the fucking time. Not immediately, but sometimes I look back and I say, well, I could have said that differently. Or, I misread that thing. Who? I just don't know. Practice the etiquette, y'all. Just think about the words that you say and how you say things. If you really don't want to come across as being an obnoxious person. Just saying. So, doing this show was phenomenal, right? But all I would say is I'm looking forward to going to LA. I do not need your record. I do not need your restaurant recommendations. I want to emphasize this. Some of y'all, when y'all see me in the city, y'all just want to throw all these recommendations. Please don't. I've done the research. I got friends that live over there. I know where to go. I know where to hit up. And I only do things based on what I can do and what my timing is too, because sometimes I can't go LA is a big ass city. I can't go all the way. around LA. I got to pick certain spots. We're going to go to certain places. We're going to have certain experiences. And we're going to have a good time. So I don't need no reservations, please. No reservations. Reservations. I'm sorry. No recommendations. I don't need recommendations. I've been to LA, like, I go to LA like every year now at this point. Like, sometimes twice a year if I'm lucky. And so every time I go, I always have a good time. I know where the spots are. I'm there to do business. I'm there to get bags. I'm there to slay. I'm there to connect with some friends. So I look forward to seeing my good Judy Terrell Green. I hope I get to see him. You know, we have a person that we don't care much for. But that's not why we're friends. We're both USC alum. He used to be in Philly. He was the first husband of a certain perpetual politico that will not be named at this point because I'm just not even about to go down that rabbit hole. But I look forward to meeting with him, catching up with my good friend, catching up with a friend from high school. I keep up with a friend from high school that lives in LA. And every time I come to LA, we always see each other. And so that's going to be exciting. And a mentee of mine. I'm trying to see a mentee of mine that is now in LA doing a really great job at ESPN. So I want to, catch up with my mentee, my bestie, and my high school friend. So yeah, I'm looking forward to LA. Like, I'm looking forward to seeing how the city's been recovering. Because I came to LA during the Grammys right when the city was preparing for those fires. So I want to see what LA's looking like. Because they got Olympics coming up in a couple of years. So they gotta get that together. So, keeping them in mind. So I look forward to LA. It's going to be really fun. So, on the record with Ernest Owens. I'll talk about my interview later in the show. But I wanted to just say, it was an exciting first episode. Like, I feel good. Like, there were a couple of moments where, like, I was like, oh shit, getting used to, like, having to do the voice cast stuff. Like, I gave everybody the wrong number to call the show. I gave them the guest number for the guest to call, rather than the calling number for the audience. But it was no biggie. We just got through. I mean, that was a power hour. It's only 1 hour, but we got a lot in that hour. And you can now listen to the whole interview. Link in the bio. I told you all that you can listen to this show even if you don't get a chance to listen to it. And honestly, it might connect with this show. I made it very clear throughout the show, because this was the first show, that it was not Ernestly speaking. So the profanity, like I say, get the fuck out of here, right? I can't say that on WRD's airwaves, okay? I can't say that. Nor do I want to say it on a Sunday morning. All the church ladies and folks listen to this show. They like, ooh, this heathen on our show on this Sunday morning. So you can listen to the show and the episodes. This episode, you can go on WRD's. If you want to see the interview, the in-person interview, we went to the studio at WRD. We was at the studio, y'all. We went to the studio and did an in-person interview. Now, the rest of my show will not be at the studio. There might be special occasions where I might decide to go to in-studio, depend on the nature and the situation. But a lot of the shows will be recorded remotely with me. So next week's episode, I have to get up, which I will do because I'm committed. I do what I do. I got to get up at like 6 a.m. on Saturday. I'm not saying on next Sunday, because I'll be in LA and the time zone difference. So I have to set my alarm clock at 6 a.m. so I can be up at 9 a.m. so I can be fully energized to do the show at 10, because East Coast time is by 3-hour difference. So, for example, 6 a.m. LA will be 9 a.m. Philly time in East Coast time. So I got to get up for that. But listen, that's what I commit myself to. I will be up. I'll be energized. I will take my morning ritual, which is I take a turmeric shot in the morning. I take a turmeric shot. Like an actual shot, like I drink it. I don't take a physical shot, I don't do that. But I take my morning ritual is I take a turmeric milk, what do they call it? A milk thistle, milk thistle, I think it's called. A milk thistle with turmeric. And I take that shot 2 ounces every morning. I don't drink coffee. So this is my quote unquote espresso. And for those who want to know how you can get this, it's a company called Dose. Dose does this, and it helps with regulation of your overall health, to be honest. And I think I've talked about Dose in the past. And I do like the product. But they do help with wellness. They do help with your liver. They do help for liver health, because that's very important. And as a Black man, all those things. So it's like turmeric, ginger, There's an orange citrus to it with milk thistle, and it helps with collagen. It helps with, all of the things. But I've been doing this for like a year now, and it's just a good picker-upper for me and helps regulate me. And it's just, it's one of my beauty tips to keep me looking pretty and revived and energized. So definitely be taking that early in the morning. And we'll be up, and I will do my show, and it'll be a fabulous time. Every episode, just to be clear, will not always have a special guest because I like to do things that make sense. So sometimes the show will require a special guest. Sometimes the show may not necessarily require a special guest. I will play it by ear and play it by vibe. Like sometimes people want to force to come on the show. It's like, well, why are you on the show? Like, what do you have to do with this week? Why are you in the news? Is this relevant? And then sometimes you might find yourself in a situation where like, you know what? This would be perfect. So I book my talent and my guests based on that. This is a political show. We are talking about politics. We're not talking about pop culture and music and celebrities. We're talking about local politics, national politics. We connect these dots. So that is something I want to also emphasize with that show. Like I do not talk about my personal life. I don't talk about the restaurants I go to and all that stuff. That's for Ernestly speaking, in addition to politics talk. But that show is local and it's political based and it's great. So the way the show breaks down is in 3 acts within every 20 minutes. So the show's broken down in 3 acts. 60 minutes, we do 20 minutes apiece. The first act is a run through of the local news stories that I think matter, and I unpack them and I analyze them. The second act is either me talking about a newsmaker, where I interview a newsmaker, or I really talk about one big issue that is happening and, open it up. The third and final act of the show, Act 3 as I describe it, sounds very familiar, right? Is that Act 3 is centered on, if I am interviewing someone, I might continue that interview with them, or we open it up to callers if callers have things they want to talk about, and also me wrapping up some other upcoming things. So that is the wrap up in that last 20 minutes. So it's a really, free-flowing narrative show with a focus at every turn. So it was a great first episode. A lot of you all loved it. A lot of great messages, a lot of great feedback. My special guest was State Representative Morgan Cephas, who's running for Congress. It was a very good interview. I thought that she, I asked her the questions. There was no preparation. Y'all was catching a lot of my shade on the show. I was throwing some shots, I will admit, but they were warranted. Okay. And if you got them, you got them. If you didn't, if they flew over your head, it is what it is. Okay. And what they say, if it don't apply, let it fly. All right. A hit dog will holler, because a certain person in city council who I discussed in depth last week with some bad teeth, he was one of the first people to pull up and listen to the show. I said, oh, he a fan. You know you're doing your thing when your haters stay on standby. And the thing is that we operate through StreamYard. So on Facebook and social media, you can see who's watching the show. And so several people was like, yo, look who's watching the show. And I was like, I see. I say, ain't it crazy that you done bragged about getting me off of my city council live show on Thursday, which wasn't true. But you was so hype about me not being on that show that you got to follow me to the show on Sunday now. I love it. I hope you enjoyed the stuff that I said. And you tell that co-president in council, I said, how goes it? Yes, I won't get too much into it, but I called a certain council president a co-president, because who run a city council at this point, y'all? So, without further ado, one of the cool things before I get into the show, I'm going to talk more about it later in the show, but before I get to hot topics, moving forward, every episode of Ernestly Speaking, I have a cool commercial that I will air in transition every week that I do this show. I am going to have a commercial. It's produced, it's my voice, and every time we segue between how I'm doing and the hot topics, you will hear this commercial as your official break. So this right now, you're about to listen to it. This is the commercial for On the Record with Ernest Owens that you'll be hearing every single week moving forward as long as I do this show. So enjoy it, listen to the first time, and then we'll get to hot topics. Here it goes, the world premiere of my new commercial On the Record with Ernest Owens. Greetings, I'm Ernest Owens, host of the new show On the Record with Ernest Owens. Join me every Sunday at 10 a.m. for an exciting 1-hour public affairs show that dives deep into the local political news of the week, all while making bold predictions toward the week ahead. It's informative, insightful, and opinionated. That's On the Record with Ernest Owens, Sunday at 10 a.m. beginning September 14th, only on Word, Progressive Black Talk Media. So good, isn't it? So let's get to hot topics. Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk mania is how I would best describe it. Folks have lost their damn mind, actually. I don't know what more. The last time we did this episode, this was a special edition episode. It seems like Trump has moved on, and unfortunately, that is not the case with the rest of his supporters. A lot of things that come in place. Now, they found the shooter. The shooter is in their early 20s, white, male, from a registered Republican family in Utah. Not a transgender person. Not a black person. This individual is a white man. A young white man. I could have said I told you so, but I didn't want to make assumptions. I wanted to just wait for the facts to come. But there were people out here like Nancy Mason, other people said the Democrats got to own this. I mean, do they? This ain't one of theirs. This kid was raised in a religious background. The father was a cop, minister, lived in a white conservative household. They were gun lovers. I mean, there's videos. The governor said some very offensive remarks that got people shook, that they were hoping the person was not from here. They weren't from the city or the area. They weren't from the country. I can understand what they were trying to say, but I also can understand listen, it is what it is. But while this is happening, Trump's not bringing the National Guard to Utah. He's bringing it to Memphis. And when several people asked him questions about this issue, he was like, okay, let me tell you about that mansion. I mean, I'm not lying. I mean, he's over it. He really wants to move on. He's a little, I think that the ego in him doesn't really, I feel like once they found out who the shooter was, the excitement kind of went. Because that grand race war that some folks were anticipating to happen, it has not happened. And I figured it wasn't going to happen. Because I was looking at that crowd and I was like, do y'all see any black people in that crowd? I mean, what black person would want to go to Utah, would want to go to a Turning Point USA rally? Like, why would they, how could they even make it with a gun? I mean, it's just, none of this makes sense. But the racists stay wanting to make this about everybody but their own. Y'all, the call was coming from inside the house. I've learned a lot over the past several hours. I knew some things already. But when I kept telling you on my podcast, the girls were fighting. The girls are fighting. Okay? Candace Owens, okay, who is black, she the only one really out here in the media influencer conservative space that's really been out here pouring love. Now, I saw Tommy Lawrence share a couple of pictures too. But that was Candace Owens' dog, honey. She posted reels. But I've noticed that a lot of the conservative influencers and voices, elected officials don't count. But the other ones, they're not really saying anything about Charlie Kirk. And I had to dig in deep why. So I had to do some research, and I had to call some people from the other side and say, yo, what's going on over there? Because I know where they at. I know who the people are. Look, a journalist gotta know. They like, oh, they don't fuck with Charlie like that. I said, what you mean? I'm confused. They said that there was some issues going on with, oh my goodness, those boys, those Proud Boys. That crew don't like him. They think he's a grift. There was some internal shade. They've been throwing shots for months. Okay, it's like sex for years. It's some gang. It's giving gang war. Where are their fathers, baby? I tell y'all, liberals and progressives, y'all spending so much time fighting. Y'all need to understand the enemy. Y'all gotta understand the issues going on with the people, because you can understand they fighting over there. They're not united on Charlie Kirk. Charlie done slid a couple of ways on some things. First of all, you gotta get into his origin story. He comes from a Christian background. It was given Christian nationalist background. And I found out some other interesting things in my inquiry, because I need to let you all know this to understand these algorithms. There are subsets of people across America who don't really know Charlie Kirk as this like really problematic racist conservative. And I was trying to understand, what do I mean by this? Y'all don't know this, some of y'all. But like, there are clips of Charlie Kirk from other sectors of him on social media over the years that showed him talking about his faith and giving motivational speaker teas. A lot of his background was starting with the narrative of being he was conservative, don't get it twisted. But a lot of him played into the very like inspirational Christian minister, young pastor type of energy. If you look at some of the books he's written in the past, he talked about college. He's a community college dropout. He talked about very soft issues before he went into the mega mode. Because Turning Point USA was before, the Trump era of it all. Like, he started in his teens. He co-founded Turning Point USA. And I knew about them because Candace Owens used to be on that circuit. Like, the conservative girls used to get the bag from Turning Point USA. And I've talked about them on my podcast about that. So that was before all this shit. And I think a lot of people known him because he rose in prominence. He came in the mega movement and began to adapt some of that rhetoric and became the face to some extent. But there was girls that was jealous of him because he was young. They thought he was attractive. Okay, that's what they said. They found him to be this rising star. And so I think there was some jealousy within the movement. Sounds very familiar, Democrats? I think it was given, he's like the David Hogg for them. Maybe that may be a little too far-fetched, but maybe. It's giving David Hogg energy with him on the right. And so he's amassing a lot of popularity. And some of these other folks are being like, he ain't one of us. They not like us. Because it seemed like some of his ideology never went to the full extremeness. Now, you might say, what you mean, Ernest? Charlie Kirk was the extremist. But there was a level of extreme he wasn't really going to cross all the way. And let me tell you some of the things that's interesting. He seemed to pivot closer around the recent time of his death, being very much on the same wave of turn on Trump about Epstein. Now, I'm not in the business of conspiracy theory, and I'm not making any conspiracy theories. I don't do that on this show. But I'm just noting facts here. There were interviews he did with certain other Megyn Kelly, I believe it was Megyn Kelly, other conservative voices where he was persistently trying to push on the Epstein thing. And then he kind of did a bait and switch a little bit and was like, I'm going to let the Trump administration handle that. He wanted to move on from it. Very weird. Very weird. But he was starting to have these interesting, like, he became bigger than the program is what I'm getting to. Where he began to be the single face that they said is what got the young white male vote over. Now, mind you, he is how old? He was, right, in his early 30s. He was 31 years old. 4 years from now, how will he be? 35. What's the eligibility age to run for president of the United States? 35. I'm just saying. Y'all not gonna believe this either. He's a Libra. His birthday is October 14th, 1993. I was born October 12th, 1991. He is 6'5". Tall white man. He co-founded Turning Point USA in 2012, 4 years before Trump got elected. He was 19 years old when he started that. I'm just saying, he was becoming the rising face of that movement. I just want y'all to process what I'm saying here. I'm just saying that Charlie Kirk's presence in a party that was getting very old. They needed some fresh blood. Who was the next heir that would have been to that throne? I mean, people are up and down about J.D. Vance, but if J.D. Vance would have ran for president, would Charlie Kirk would have been his VP? Or would Charlie Kirk would have tried to boldly run? We don't know. But there were conversations being had about his future. And the way that he was showing up with the stamina, the fitness, the arguable attraction, that's why folks are mad. Because there's some folks in that movement that you want to talk about celebrating death. I ain't celebrating nobody's death. That's not what I do. I'm not celebrating Charlie Kirk's death. I'm not mourning it. But just because I'm not mourning it doesn't mean I'm not celebrating it. And you can listen to the special edition episode where I dive deep into all the nuances and hypocrisies on that day. However, back to this. They're hurt because they think he was going to be the face of that party. There are some people who was ready to follow him wherever he was going to go. They saw him as their future. He was their bright star. He was going to usher in a new era. They're scared because now that Charlie Kirk is out, who knows? Will he be immortalized in a way that now this is going to revitalize a movement? Or does the movement now fall because no one's going to pick it up? Because if you think that the mega group is unified on picking him up and doing whatever, they're not. If you pay attention to the social media, they're not showing up for him like that. They're not. And some of these other people, right, these supporters of him, his sycophants, they're on the internet trying to track down liberals and black people and taunt us. HBCUs are being threatened and shit. Why y'all fucking with us? We don't give a fuck. We really don't. Like, we're not the problem here. We're really not the problem. And it's ironic to me about this conversation on the case for cancel culture, right? I wrote my book on this, is that they're showing their asses. This was the group that said, oh, don't cancel people, have different discourses. But y'all are literally calling people's jobs, trying to get people fired. There were some people that was complaining. They've been sharing my shit on TikTok about, you know, my post that said I will not give thoughts and prayers to white supremacists. Mind you, I did not name Charlie Kirk. But they're trying to say, they were like, oh, look at these people celebrating his death. I'm like, is this the stunt you think it is? The flex you think it is? You're literally sharing me say that I'm not giving a white supremacist thoughts and prayers full stop. Are you mad about that? Are you upset? Do you want me to give a white supremacist? Like, I didn't even say Charlie Kirk. I'm just saying, I didn't even name him. But when you saw white supremacist, you automatically synonymously thought it was Charlie Kirk. I could have been speaking in general, hypothetically. But if you thought white supremacist and you automatically thought Charlie Kirk, what does that say about you? And here's the thing. I said I won't give one. If your guy is not a white supremacist, then why the fuck do you care? I didn't say white supremacist Charlie Kirk. I just said a white supremacist, full stop. I mean, listen. If you, a hit dog will holler. You and your feelings, you're mad? But here's the thing. Be mad at the white boy who shot the dude. But y'all fave, Nancy Mace, She out here telling everybody, that's the same one earlier who was talking about blaming the Democrats. Now she talking about something. We need to have prayers for his family because that's what Kirk would have wanted. Y'all, can y'all keep Kirk name out y'all mouth? First of all, I knew who Charlie Kirk was in the media space and in the political discourse space as a millennial myself, right? Charlie Kirk did not believe in empathy. Charlie Kirk basically was willing to die on his beliefs and stand on it. He stood on it. I don't get why you all are not following his own legacy. He doesn't believe in empathy. He thinks that shit is weak. That's his own words. He does not believe in empathy. He questions empathy. So why are you demanding empathy, especially for people who he don't give a fuck about? He didn't have empathy for them. Why do you expect empathy from them for him? He doesn't even want it. He said it. Do y'all listen to y'all leaders? Oh, that's right. Y'all don't listen. I guess y'all only listen on January 6th. I guess that's the only time y'all knew what it meant to stand back and stand by. I'm sorry. Didn't know that. So, we're at an impasse here. Here's my whole thing. Everybody, and I say this in my country way, everybody has been showing their ass. Everybody. If Shapiro do not get the fuck off of Instagram with all these reels and videos trying to preach to people about this man, let me tell you what's weird about the celebrating death conversations. When Trayvon Martin was murdered, when various folks were killed, you all literally did memes called Trayvoning. Look it up. You all literally started articles by saying Trayvon was no angel. Oh, a kid, mind you. You all pulled out all the criminal records and every bad thing a person did. When George Floyd was murdered by the police, you all went and pulled up his worst experiences throughout his life to try to justify why people should not have any empathy for his death. Now, all of a sudden, celebrating a death of a racist is now a problem. He was racist. He was racist. Charlie Kirk was racist. Do y'all know what racism is? If you don't know, just say you don't know what racism is. Does it hurt you to say? He literally attacked black women in his rhetoric. Like, I don't understand. What universe? But see, what I want to be clear about, and this is what I was talking about earlier, is that there are sides of Charlie Kirk that the algorithm is not showing people. And this is crazy, y'all. But there are videos of Charlie Kirk many years ago where people looked at him as a young, youth, Christian, compassionate guy whose conservative views were shaped by his Christianity. And so he would lure people, because it was like a form of like grooming young men to be a part of that movement, is that he would talk about his faith and his family, his beliefs. And it was very, like, on the surface, if you didn't know much about him, you would say, oh, okay, he's just this, missionaries guy. Like, he's just very much on a crusade around his faith. And he's got conservative views. We heard this before, right? It's giving like little junior George Bush. George W. Bush, let me be very clear. But now what's interesting is that I'm looking at these videos, right? And I'm thinking to myself, I wonder, based on the location and your political sense, are you getting only certain aspects of certain people? I even noticed that with my stuff, where people that follow me in Philly, they get a more wholesome, well-rounded image of me. But the algorithm nationally for me only shows my political hot takes. They don't really show or promote or amplify my food, my social, and everything. And if you notice, certain stuff that I write that's very political gets a lot of retweets, a lot of likes, a lot of engagement. And mind you, I don't boost my posts. I don't pay for bots. My shit is real. But if you all follow my Instagram, you will see how Instagram feeds off of my own posts. That if you notice that when I do the black box and I talk specifically about social issues that could be polarizing, right? They will get that more shown on your algorithm. But me going to brunch, me, having fun or golfing or whatever, they don't amplify that. And so it makes me wonder, with Charlie Kirk's content and just in general with the way the internet works, were they amplifying various things in different regions to give a certain sanitized, more tame version of Kirk that now makes these people delusional, where if they're only, because listen, the reports are out. 1 in 5 American adults are illiterate. A wide swath of Americans can barely read at 6th grade level. Illiteracy is real. Okay? Adult illiteracy is real. So when you hear about kids struggling in high school to read, well, it's because their parents can't fucking read. So illiteracy is being passed down like almost like an inherent trait or gene or something. And that's across all racial dynamics, not just Black people or Latino people or non-English speaking folks. It is white folks, largely in this survey. So what that tells me is they're not reading news to confirm or deny. They're not Google searching information on these people. So if they're getting a lot of information off the internet, their interpretation of Charlie Kirk is warped. And even I would argue mine to a certain extent, because I wasn't aware of the aspect of him that was just simply Christian nationalist. Like, mind you, the viewpoints were trash, but the way of his delivery, his appearance, was a very different him compared to the Charlie Kirk show where he's on his podcast and he's saying a bunch of really batshit crazy shit, right? It's very different. And so I want people to keep that in mind with these outside voices. Because I've had people who are just like buffoon, like white supremacists. And our media has been doing a terrible job of providing the nuance about how problematic Charlie Kirk was and how complicated he was. The media has not done that. So it makes it look like that Black and brown people and everybody else is just bashing or just not giving a fuck about this man simply because he was a conservative. When that wasn't it. There was way more other issues that people had with him, and that was being missed in this conversation. So I just wanted to provide that lens as well in this conversation, because I didn't want people to just assume, that this was just falling from the sky. Another important thing I want to mention before we move on, I need people to understand something. We still live in a democracy or republic as long as we can keep it. I am not in the business for anybody to force people on how they can react. I cracked the code early this weekend when I talked about how we are seeing this interesting situation where everybody on both sides is trying to force people to express grief for things they don't want to express grief about. And the bullying tactics of this is, if you don't say thoughts and prayers for Charlie Kirk, then you must be celebrating his death. It's a very reverse psychology, manipulative tactic. Several things about that. Because I have some things I need to say about this, and this is something that is very telling. When Black Lives Matter was at its height, I never went out my way to demand for white people to give a fuck about, performing empathy, right? I always came from the mindset of, I think people should use their platforms to speak out. I think people should acknowledge it, but if they don't, it never went into the, well, you didn't say anything for Black Lives Matter. You're celebrating, George Floyd. Like, that's just like you're celebrating George Floyd's death. Like, that's just not my interest. And I think many years ago, like, I've been doing journalism for years. I've been writing about race and social justice issues for a long time. When I started off in my career, like in my early 20s, late teens, I remember there was always, when I first started, I had what I called the Dear White People era, because that was a movie that came out called Dear White People. Y'all remember that film? It was a classic. And so the Dear White People era of my career was very in the very beginning. I call the Dear White People era. And I think a lot of people who's been in journalism or folks that just understand media will remember this era. This was the era where Black people were begging and demanding and wanting white people to see the humanity in Black lives. There was a mindset of if we showed them our pain, if we told them our struggle, dear white people, listen up. Like that was the mindset. And we thought that that was going to create a movement where white people were going to see us, and if they see our humanity and they see our Black excellence, that they would refrain from killing us. Ironically, they continued to kill us even more, actually. Because the truth of the matter is, what I find out many years, that I found out since 2016, when Trump gets elected, I realized, oh, it was for that very Black excellence is why they did kill us. They always knew we were excellent. They always knew we was great. And that was what drove them to doing it. The problem is that we was in that post-Obama, post-racial America under Obama, that bullshit, which was bullshit. But people have this narrative of, oh, white people don't know any better. White people are confused. White people are lost. If we educate them, they'll do better. Racism is an accident. You just slip up and you say something racist. And I'm just kind of like, y'all, you know, that ain't, no. But this is what we were told. So a new generation of young Black people in college in the Black Lives Matter era thought that we were going to change racism, we were going to change hearts and minds, we were going to change the conversation, and we thought we were making inroads. And then white people reminded us in 2016 that was not the case. So then we go through the Trump era where Black folks think that with more education, more anti-Black practice and policies, that we were going to transform minds. Now, at this point of the game, I stopped giving a fuck about trying to get white people to see our humanity. My mindset shifted to, I can't sit down with a white supremacist and change their mind. I'm just not going to waste my energy and do that. You cannot change a mind without emotional maturity. If a person's not emotionally mature to have the conversation, then it's going to fall on mute ears. And as a result of that, that's a waste of my time and my resources. So in 2016, I pivoted in my approach. I had spent my first early half of my career thinking that I can change white people's minds and, you know, I'm going to be that crafty, magical Negro that's going to persuade them with my excellence and they're going to see me, right? That was the era where Beyonce became more mainstream and you had Serena killing it. And we just thought that all Black people had to do was be super great and do these great things. And then white people will value us. But like, I'm thinking throughout history, Black people been doing that. Michael Jackson, James Brown, Tina Turner, Janet, like Black folks have been excellent. Whitney Houston, right? Like been doing incredible things, right? Been breaking boundaries and incredible, making history, winning Academy Awards like Denzel Washington. Like white people been knew we was a shit. But for my young age, I didn't understand that. I'm thinking that Obama, that this was going to be a turning point. It wasn't. It wasn't. So 2016 happens and we have the Trump era. I shift gears. My conversation becomes, I want to talk to the white people that say they're good people. I want to critique allies, right? The white folks who claim that they are different. I believe in them, right? I start talking about allies and accomplices. And so at this point, I'm like, you know what? I want to focus on white allies. The white people that, quote unquote, get it. The white folks that are already understand that racism exists. So I'm moving from white people in general to white liberals, right? I'm thinking I can do something with these white people, that I can explain my humanity and they'll get it and they'll do better. There was some progress there. We get to 2020 and it was enough of them to get Biden in. So there was some progress with some of them, enough to win the election. At this point, Black folks are thinking, okay, let's challenge these white progressives to do more. Let's challenge these white liberals to do more. We can advance the movement even further. So now We don't got to worry about them racist white folks wherever they are in them small towns. We got the white liberals who know what they're doing. We got enough of them. Now let's push them even harder on more progressive change. So during the Biden era, we're like, yeah, more change, more. But that's not what happened, y'all. Those white people was like, wait a minute, Negro. You done did too much now, buddy. Hold on one second. Hold on. You want to take our jobs? Wait. You want to be a co? You want me to step down from my salary and give it to you? Granted, you deserved it, but wait a minute, not too much. I wanted to be the white savior. I wasn't trying to be the white colleague. See, in 2020, white saviorism went up again. White folks who thought they knew well wanted to be put into sainthood. Other folks was like, wait a minute. No. You're not a saint. Let's be clear. We earned this. We deserve this. This is what you should have did. Now let's talk about reparations. And they were like, hold on. I'm not at capacity to do all of that. That is a lot. Be grateful of what you got. And I don't know what to do. Like you coloreds want more and more and more. And I don't know. And they start to cry. And they began to cry. And then they became victims. And then a couple of them slid back over to Master Trump. The white women did. We didn't really have white men like that. The white women did. Because they started seeing a world that was advancing a little too fast. And somebody listening to this right now is being like, holy shit, you are on it right now. Goddamn, you were so fucking right. You know I'm right. And so the white folks is listening to this, if it don't apply, let it fucking fly. This ain't on the record with Ernest Stones. This is Ernest speaking. Y'all know the difference. Those 4 years, they started feeling like, wait a minute, these DEI practices, look, we were just going to do that for 1 year. Let's take that shit back. Wait, you want us to take down every white person's name and put a black person? Shit, that's a little too much. So they began to scale back, which was letting me know that they were prepared to go back. When they scale back, that means they're going back. Wake up. Wake up. We knew in 2022, at least I did. I said, y'all not, okay. They were getting ready. They were losing too much money. People say go woke, go broke. I won't say all that now, but they felt like they were losing money. It was meant to calm the temperature down because they was afraid of the financial benefits because it was a trend for them to support us in 2020 because they didn't want to lose their consumer base. They didn't want to all end up like Target, right? But then the pivot shifted. And here's what I'll tell you all. When Trump got elected in 2024, that was not just because of a bunch of, mega folks. That was other folks that privately did not want the progress to go that far. Only problem is that the progress that they thought they would take it from us as black people now hurts them and their children, their generation. So you cut your nose and spite your face, and now you want black people to pick up the shit. It ain't us. It wasn't our fault. It wasn't our problem. Please do not come in my DMs, whining to me about what's going on in America. You know what happened. You know your family members who did it. The ones that you didn't call back. The ones that you didn't tell to vote for, the ones you just cut off and thought that by cutting them off, you can hide and divorce yourself from accountability. But in reality, you actually made the situation worse because every single vote that you ignored went to that man. And that's why we are here where we're at. And so as for me, you're saying, well, what does this give you for your work? I'm not speaking to no audience. I'm speaking the truth. I don't have an agenda to convert white people. I don't. I'm in a space of defending the communities that I belong to, advocating for them. Am I their official spokesperson? No, there's multiple spokespeople. But I do think that we need to come to a space where we all need to be having different conversations. And I'm in a space where I'm not protecting anybody. I'm not censoring myself. I'm not censoring this. Because I've done this throughout my career where I've seen phases of myself where I was shifting and I was thinking that this was going to lead. At this point, we just need to be honest about where we're at. I'm being real. And if that hurts, if certain white people listen to this and go, oh, I feel so bad. Well, don't be mad. Get glad. And when I mean by get glad, get to work. Do the work. Get your people. It's above me now. I can't win no hearts and minds. I'm not trying to. If I do, kudos to it, but that's not the focus anymore. If a white person listens to my podcast and it makes them reconsider being a racist, great. But that's not my primary focus. My primary purpose is to no longer be subservient to white people's interests and tastes when it comes to liberation of black and brown people and queer people. It's just not my goal anymore. That's work that they have to do for themselves. I don't have it in me to give resources. Let me be very clear, unpaid. Now, if I'm being hired to and I see the value of it and it's labor and work, then I should be compensated for my work. But I have no vested interest in doing any free labor to educate anything with any white person around racism at this point. Because there's so much resources and stuff out there at your disposal. If you can learn French, if you can understand who Timothy Chalamet is, if you can unpack all of the riddle clues and Easter eggs in Taylor Swift albums, then I expect you to be able to understand what white supremacy is and understand that when I discuss the ways in which Charlie Kirk was complicit in white supremacy, that you won't be going, how, and why. If you're asking me why, then you need to go Google. You need to go do research. It ain't my problem. It's above me. I'm not your mama. I'm not your mammy. I'm not your educator. I'm not your black best friend. I am a person that is trying to survive and thrive, if that's who I am. I'm a black queer person that is trying to live to see another day, another week, another year, another decade, another era. I am focused on my survival, my well-being, and that of my friends, my community, and folks. Just like y'all do. You understand what I'm saying? I've seen other communities, don't have to name them, but when they have their issues and their crises, they'll tell us, your so-and-so friends feel unsafe. Well, guess what? Your black friend's been feeling this way forever, and you just moved on. It's funny how people was begging us to take a stand, asking us where the black leaders on condemning acts of hate and acts of this, and we always did that. But it's been very interesting to see people like Josh Shapiro and other folks from other communities that will turn around and tell us that this man who has had the most problematic racist views, you're going to equate that to different opinions? You're going to frame him as some political leader, and you're going to act like that. Granted, I understand that what happened to him is unfortunate. 100%. There's no disagreement there. Do not wish that on any person. Again, get it. Don't do that. That's just not who I am. Black people ain't running around here killing, white conservatives. That's just not what we do either. So yet we encompass all of the vitriol and the hate. Even when people are giving their thoughts and prayers, they're finding ways to show attacks for black people. They want to include us in it so bad. Why did all these HBCUs get these counterterrorism attacks? Like, why are they getting bomb threats? Like, what is up with that? But nobody cared to say much about it. But they want to go out 5 seconds and bootlick Charlie Kirk, who is like, can we not chew gum and walk at the same time? Like, you could do that if you want to, but for the absence of all these other atrocities, I mean, from Shapiro trying to do the most with that flag situation, you got people in other states. A Democratic state senator lost their life. Their spouse, they were murdered in cold blood. And there was no posts talk about that political violence. So it just makes me feel like there's a lot of hypocrisy here. Everybody's talking about political violence and how to do this better and how to do this and do that. But I just find it, again, annoying. I won't say odd or ironic or confusing, because it's not confusing, odd, or ironic to me. I just find it infuriating, to be honest, that once again, you got all these people playing in our face, trying to force our response. What happened to my body, my consent? What happened to I don't have to do the most for a person that I quite frankly don't have a personal relationship with like that? I don't have a personal relationship with Charlie Kirk. I don't. His messages, the people that he hangs out with, they don't resonate with me. It's an unfortunate situation. And that's it. I'm moving on. I'm acting like a white person would act when Black lives get killed. You know, hey, I didn't know. Or it's a lot going on in my life right now. I didn't have the emotional capacity to deal with that traumatic experience. I'm sorry it happened to you. See, they can't take Black folks are always being provoked to give emotion on cue. They want us to cry. They want us to yell. They want us to scream. They want us to laugh. They want our character on display. They literally will spend money to experience us in ways that is outside of our boundaries. Like Black rage has been marketed for decades. It's the biggest scam in the book. People will pay to see Black people in traumatic experiences, to hear about it, to see us suffering. There's a market for that. And so when we have decided to take back our power and not express these things, they think something's wrong with us because they're so used to our ancestors doing that. That's the reality that we're in. That is the world we're in. And it's been frustrating to watch, but we can't deny it anymore. There's a market and there's grifters and people want to see us pissed off in order to feel relevant. And that's my thoughts on that. And one more thing that I want to kind of wrap some of this on a little bit is I'm going to do my media on this. I'm going to talk about media. Normally I talk about the Democrats. I'm going to do the Democrats after because I want to tie this in with media and some of the ways in which things were being covered. So the Wall Street Journal really bombed in their initial reporting around the suspect. They said that the bullet that I guess was used to be shot or that they found on location, not the one that was shot, but in the location, had transgender symbolism or rhetoric. And it was really weird because I was like, what does that even mean? Like they fumbled on a mess. And the Human Rights Campaign, HRC, has demanded a retraction because initially the way that they wrote, they said it had transgender and anti-fascist ideology inside the rifle believed to have been used in Kirk's killing. This is what the Wall Street Journal reported. An early bulletin circulated widely among law enforcement officials reported Thursday that investigators had discovered ammunition with expressions of transgender and anti-fascist ideology. And it was like, what the fuck is that? Right? And they said this, raising more suspicion, trying to make this transgender connection between Tyler Robinson, who was 22, right? The New York Times reported later on Thursday that the document had not been verified by analysts with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, did not match other summaries of the evidence and quote unquote might turn out to have been misread or misinterpreted. And this is coming from reporting from The Hill. So it's like, why? Why? And it's very irresponsible. And the Wall Street Journal had to make a retraction. Trump even Donald Trump in an interview that he did with the Daily Caller, which is a conservative news outlet, said most mass shooters are not transgender. Trump said this himself. But this was some of the rhetoric that even up until his death, Charlie Kirk was trying to imply around mass shootings, because right before he got shot to death, he was pushing similar notions around gang violence and, just dog whistles. And so we're seeing some irresponsibility there. Of course, the Washington Post said we need more Charlie Kirks in their editorial, but we know who owns the Washington Post now and where that's coming from. My biggest disappointment was Ezra Klein, who is a longtime columnist and political voice at the New York Times. Mainstream media has been fucking this entire thing up, as you can see, that tried to make this argument that Charlie Kirk was doing politics the right way. See, it's one thing. I'm trying to say my words, and I want to be thoughtful in how I'm saying it. It's not thoughtful, but just make sure that I just don't, I need to be a little bit more eloquent in my speaking with this. This the bullshit, y'all. This the bullshit. It's one thing to simply say, thoughts and prayers, this was an unfortunate timely death. Okay, fine. That's fine, right? If that's what you want to say, fine. But the level of capitulation and like downright bootlicking and driveling that we're seeing white liberals specifically do is just so asinine to me. It's like the pandering, because they think in their head, this is virtue signaling, by the way. This is virtue signaling. This is what Shapiro's doing, all these folks are doing. This is them trying to perform we're the bigger person, or we're not like this. So we're going to lie and be ahistorical about the man's history so it's so disingenuous. It's like so blatantly performative and disingenuous that it makes you think to yourself, y'all are fake as fuck. No one is saying that you need to celebrate the man's death. Again, no one's doing that shit over here. But for you all to sit up here and frame this man like he was a model American citizen, that the way in which he conducted rhetoric and acted and behaved and the way that he discussed these issues were just simply a man expressing different opinions, is disgusting and intellectually dishonest. I'm looking at Ezra Klein, who has built his entire career, most of his career, condemning like fascism and anti-blackness and racism and white supremacy and the political reign of Trump, dictatorships and all this. He has built a career where he's made tons of money. The man's a millionaire, right? Tons of money. Analyzing the very problematic behavior of the far right and how dangerous and concerning these people are. And now, the face of a segment of that type of ideology that influenced the type of violence that we're seeing in America, you're saying that that person did politics the right way? And the argument of, oh, well, they knew how to appeal to their base and they got people riled up. But by what means? Because is the logic by any means necessary? Because if that's what you're talking about, then I can tell you there's many other people that would argue that they can support politics the right way. What makes him any different than Trump outside of his presidential authority? He was a mini Trump. And if you think Trump is doing politics the right way, what type of politics are you talking about? This is the type of spinelessness, disgusting privilege that white liberals like Ezra Klein possess. It's the mindset of, I talk about things in a theoretical approach because I am privileged enough to not have to experience the direct material harms of these politics. So I can talk about it in a theoretical way, and that makes me sound sophisticated. Like, okay, let's just talk about Charlie Kirk's tactics minus the white supremacy, the doxing, the targeting of black voices, the belittlement, the misogyny. Let's put that aside. But he was effective. You can't put that aside because that was how he was effective. He lied. He spreaded misinformation about communities he didn't belong to. He weaponized the vulnerability, the angst and anger and socioeconomic frustrations of his community, reshifted and manipulated that for them to put their anger and target not on the person responsible for it, but on innocent, vulnerable, marginalized communities. He cheated. He cheated people because he didn't tell them the truth. And he wasn't transparent and honest. And because the reality is that he was a slick sell car seller where you could just sell people on some things, leave out details, tell half-truths, cherry pick facts, and manipulate the details in order to win an audience. That's manipulation. And if you're saying that he did the right way of politics, if manipulation and disinformation and misinformation is the right way of doing politics, then Ezra Klein, please get the fuck up out of my space. Because I thought that was what your whole work was about, dismantling and discrediting. Wasn't the whole work as journalists was to push against the misinformation and the political divides? And you're telling me that this is somebody that should be admired? Washington Post, you said what's in the darkness, right? So you mean to tell me that we need more people that's spreading out hate, division, and misinformation? Because you are sanitizing what actually made this man appeal to the base that he had. Outside of his aesthetics as a white, straight Christian male, he also leveraged those identities to push out messages of hate and division. And you're telling me that that's the right way to do politics. Washington Post, you're telling me we need more people like that. But you all have been saying that Black Lives Matter protesters were divisive. That was not okay. That we should be trying to cancel people and shout against these people. But these are people fighting against white supremacy, and you had notes for them, but you have no notes for Charlie Kirk? Must be white. It's baffling to see these 180s. So the conversation is free speech. It's funny how people only want to defend free speech when it's hateful. No one's walking around saying, Ernest or journalists that speak truth to power, keep going. We support you. We don't hear politicians and powerful people defend that. This is what I talked about in my book, The Case for Council Culture. Y'all been buying that book. That book been shooting up them Amazon sales, baby. I've been seeing the tracker, honey. Y'all been reading that because it seems like some of y'all need to read that. I want to say something, but it's too early. Too early. I'm about to slip up and say something. But we'll talk about the first book. The Case for Council Culture unpacks this. Ben called it. It's been 2.5 years, y'all, and we're still fucking here. Because this shit right here is the point I've been saying. Like I tell you all in my book, not all cancellations are the same. That there are double standards, and it is shaped by racial identity, gender, and everything else. If Charlie Kirk was black and Charlie Kirk was talking about Palestine, if he was Muslim and talking about Palestine, if he was black and talking about reparations and speaking on this, the same people defending Charlie Kirk right now would not be defending. You know how I know? Because the same people defending Charlie Kirk right now did not want me to get access to cover the city, was calling my editors, trying to stop me from writing and covering local politics. The same people that's talking about a difference of opinions are the same people that unlock me the fuck out of opportunities too. I have seen you all hypocrisy. It's interesting that Larry Krasner gets his ass up trying to be virtue signal. I don't even know why he didn't even got in the chat, but gets on the chat trying to talk about, not celebrate people's deaths and we don't murder people. And that's agree with all that. But you're talking about people having different opinions in democracy. Sir, you wasn't even trying to let me moderate a debate between you and your now Republican opponent in a space with journalists, black journalists. How the fuck are you talking about free speech and letting people have difference of opinions? You represent none of that. Respectfully. You are a hypocrite. You literally sat up and blackballed me with your campaign from having a debate with you and someone on a difference of opinion. You are a hypocrite, sir. You're an absolute hypocrite. For you to get your ass on that Instagram reel and talk about difference of opinions and MLK, how fucking dare you? You are disgusting for that. For that, you are disgusting. Because you have sat up and you have dodged the free press. You have lied on the free press. You have lied on me, and shame on you. And you have tried to misspeak on black journalists that have tried to hold you accountable for the things you've done in your office. How fucking dare you? See, some of this shit, I'm just like, wow. Like, I could talk about Governor Shapiro for days. How you wanted to low-key lock me out of coming to a LGBTQ ceremony reception in Harrisburg. Let's wake it up. That you cherry pick who gets on commissions and who represents our community, and you purposely excuse people that don't share the same views as you. It's easy for you to walk across the aisle with Republicans, but you don't even walk across the aisle with other Democrats of color. You are a hypocrite. And see, this is the shit of why some voters don't show up to the polls. Because I can't believe what you say because I see what you do. It's been a lot of hypocrisy. Y'all worked effortlessly to suppress the voices of people who were pro-Palestinian protesting at the University of Pennsylvania. You were actively trying to suppress free speech that you didn't agree with. But you over here talking about Charlie Kirk? Oh, okay. You can read that article in the Chronicle of Higher Learning. This man has been accused, Shapiro has been accused in reports of actively working to suppress those speakers. I'm just trying to understand, how does the BDMS protesters are not any different from the Charlie Kirk protesters or voices of Charlie Kirk? How do you tolerate that and give a flag in honor of him, but you ain't got nothing to say? You have played a role in the suppression of free speech on college campuses. You've played a role in influencing it. Don't lie. City council president, the Park administration, all of you have been complicit in suppressing free speech in this city. Don't you sit up here and talk about some freedom of expression with Charlie Kirk. It is asinine to me for you all to capitulate and kiss all that ass for somebody who was anti-Semitic, racist, it was anti-freedom of expression and free speech if it was coming out the mouths of people who did not look like him or share his ideology. How dare you? How dare you make a martyr out of someone like that? Shame. And to use MLK's words, Krasner, to reference that mural in West Philly, shame on you. But this y'all little liberal progressive king, the hypocrisy. I had to name it. I was not, I got to speak on that because I'm sitting here looking like, oh, really? Interesting. But y'all scared to come on Ernestly speaking. Y'all scared for me to host a show on city council. Y'all scared of me to actually do my job as a journalist because y'all don't like what I got to say. But y'all out here talking about y'all support free speech. Y'all want people to express themselves. Well, knock, knock, who's there? I don't need to get hurt before y'all give a fuck about me. How about you set the example right now, Shapiro? I encourage you to come on my podcast. I invite you to bring your difference of opinion on this podcast. The door is open to you. Don't just go on the white boys with football, okay? You are welcome to come on this Black Queer Journalist podcast. I will extend the invitation to you. Larry Krasner, you're more than welcome. It's long overdue. You're welcome to come on this podcast and express your difference of opinions. Council President Kenyatta Johnson, you're more than welcome to come on this show. It's long overdue. I would love to have a civil discourse with each of you. Mayor Sherelle Parker, I would love to talk to you. We've interviewed in the past. I would love to have a conversation with you about what your office is currently doing and what it might need to start doing more of. The floor is open. Don't ever let them say that Ernest Owens is scared to talk to them. They are more than open to come on any of my shows. If you don't want to come on Ernestly, if you don't want to come on the record with Ernest, if you don't want to come on Ernestly Speaking, which is a little bit more uncensored, and you're scared to be on that hot seat, fine. Let's go on the record then on Word, since, because you might be thinking it's going to be a little bit mad. That's fine. We can do that too. You can have that. Pick the show. You're more than welcome to come on. If I can do interviews with Tommy Lauren, if I can do interviews with Piers Morgan, I can do interviews with y'all. Definitely not afraid over here. But are you afraid of a Black journalist? Are you afraid to hear from young Black men that you can't control or buy? I just want to know, when are you going to talk to the free voices? Not the ones that are sycophants. Not the influencers that prop you up. When are you open to talking to liberated Black queer voices advocating the free press? I want to talk to you. I want to talk to each of you. We all can get together and have a conversation, matter of fact. We can do it together. We can do it separately. We can do a duo. However you want to do it, let's have it. Let's have at it. But until then, don't come over here talking about some you support freedom of speech. I've seen otherwise. I can't believe what you say because I see what you do. Mayor Sherelle Parker says that all the time. Let me reach out to y'all. Vincent Thompson, that bad breath. Schedule that interview for me and the council president if you would like to. You don't have to. Mayor Parker, Joe Grace, if you're listening, schedule that. Or not, because you might be, you got to go to Sinceri or you got to go to the three of her, folks that lead it. Is it, who do I need to call? If I can't talk to you, if you're not the one that can actually set it up, who do I call? Do I call Sinceri? Do I call Tiffany Thurman? Do I call Vanessa Harrigan? Which one do I call out of three of them? Which one? I think because I got their numbers. If you can't do it, then I'll call. But you're the comms director. Normally, I like to respect people's roles. So even though Vincent Thompson's a hater, I can at least know his role that he would be the person to talk to. Now, he'll block it like he do, but I at least extend an invitation. Joe Grace, the mayor, is more than welcome to come on Ernestly Speaking. We would love to do it. Or if you just don't value, podcast, I get it. It's fine. It's 2025, though. I just want you to know that there's other media outlets out there than the Inquirer and WHRY or KYW or whomever. It's very important to note that. I just want to say that. Larry Krasner, I don't know which comms director you have, but if you got Anthony Carpisi, working on that campaign, the guy who killed the first debate situation under your purview, you can schedule that meeting as well. See, we're going to name names here because I'm tired of people lying. I'm tired of people bullshitting. We're going to put it, let's do it on the show. Let's set it up. Y'all know where to find me. Y'all know my email address or whatever. Y'all know where to get at me. Get them the DMs, hit the email address. Let's talk. Let's have a chat. It's not hard. But if you don't want to do that, that's fine. But don't say that it was because of me. It's because of you all. So the door is always open. The invitation is always open. And to all of you all who know them, work with them, they might be listening or whatever, let them know what's up. I want the smoke. There ain't really no smoke because it's just no smoke over here. But if you want to exchange a dialogue and have a civil discourse, I'm all about civil discourse, respectful discourse. when both sides are being respectful, you know. I'm sorry, some people's breath is disrespectful. So, you know, when it comes at me at a veracity that is a funk, then I am offended and I feel accosted. But nonetheless, you know, I just say I'm open to a civil conversation, and I want to talk about the facts and get clarity, and I want to talk about the issues, and you know, because I know how I would do those interviews with each of them. I know what I would love to talk to them about. Like, we wouldn't be doing all the pleasantries and bullshit. That's for other people. That's for other shows. I don't do that. If you want that, go to Studio Who. What's that show called? Studio Who? You could go there for that, and you can play with them for 30 minutes or so and have those conversations. I mean, it's again, everybody got their own flair, so there's no shade there. I'm just saying that there are people that will compare programs and compare shows, and every show's delivering something different. I think we're in a phase where politicians need to have real conversations, and they cannot be so neutered. We're neutering actual real discourse in the public space. That's the problem. We're neutering it. Like, no one's having actual real discourse hardly anymore. Like, there's no real interviews. Like, no one's really doing real interviews hardly anymore. You know, it's too much pleasantry. And there's programs that do that. Some people like to be super safe. And if that's for you, go over there. I'm telling you, this show, play with something safe. This is not that. We're trying to get here. People are dying. People are struggling. People are angry. People are hurt. People are being fucked over. And I think people forget that in the way that they go matter of fact. Too busy trying to argue talking points, but not looking at the humanity situation. This is serious. And I think people, I don't know what my fellow colleagues in the industry are doing right now. I don't know. Some are showing up to work and others are showing up to play. Some of y'all want to be friends with these people, want to be besties with them. I'm not saying you got to be mean, but you got to be focused. And it's just too much chumminess happening. You know, I could do an interview and smile. I can laugh, but I'm also going to do my job. I'm not feeding questions to sources. I'm not feeding questions to people I'm interviewing. I'm not, you know, just trying to say I got an exclusive interview and there's nothing exclusive about it. I'm just, miss me with that, respectfully. People are cosplaying as journalists at a time where we need people who understand it. This is serious. And there's too many people that's playing right now. I would say people like Kash Patel, but don't move on from that. But there's a lot of people playing right now, and it's time to get serious. So this brings me to my next case, the Democrats. Speaking of unseriousness, well, I will tell you all something. Somebody that might be narrating this podcast as we speak might have read the Kamala Harris book that's dropping very soon. I might know the person who read it, and 107 days, maybe they got a glimpse of that galley. What I will say, you didn't hear this from me, but that book, baby, is fire. Oh, it is good. It was a page turner, baby. It was a page turner. It was a page turner. I was shook. The shooketh of my shooketh. Okay. 320 pages, y'all. I sped read that book, okay? A lot was going on. Okay? It comes out September 23rd. I don't know how to put this. But Pioneer was definitely stirring the pot. Now, that's her Secret Service code name. She does not hold back. Okay? 107 days does not hold back, y'all. That excerpt that y'all read in the Atlantic, some of y'all might know what I'm talking about. Oh, baby. if you think that is the dropper. I cannot share any juicy details about the book, but I can just say that it is a lot of tea. You're going to walk away. I'm giving you a heads up. I'm telling you now, remember this now. You are going to not like certain Democrats that you probably thought were decent. You're going to walk away being like, oh, they all fucked. There are some very, very revealing information. I will say this about Biden. I will give you this heads up. I will say this. I think this is fair to say. I will tell you this. I don't think that she's not that harsh on Biden. There is a love that she will forever have for Joe, and that comes across throughout the book. So if you think she's going to spend time dragging Joe, she does not. I will just be clear with you all about this because I think this is a very important detail. She is not dragging Joe. She does note, because I do think this is important. I won't get into other details about everybody else because I think that will be a spoiler. But I do think this is important because I want, there's been some misinformation said out in the press about the book and some things. And I would just say, she does not necessarily go after Joe Biden specifically. She does acknowledge that she do think to a certain extent that Joe should have left a little earlier. She does concede to that. But she also acknowledges the complexities of how Joe's been an underdog, yada, yada, yada. So she does soften that. But she does take issue with his team. Joe Biden's campaign team did her dirty. She talks about that throughout the book, throughout some of the process. There are certain elected officials that, again, certain that are past and present, and certain other folks that she's going to talk about. And some of you all will hold some of these people in high regard, and you will walk away being like, oh, okay. Some of y'all might have already had some suspicions, and these suspicions get confirmed in this book. I will say that. If you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. But if there were certain people that show up a certain way and there was speculation, just know that she saw that too, and that it will be talked about in this book. She does not hold back. And what this book tells me and confirms to me, and I will say the major takeaway, am I talking too much? I might be talking too much, but I don't give a fuck. I want y'all to read this book. What she does tell you, because it's better than what Hillary wrote, okay? That What Happened book by Hillary, child, girl. This ain't that. No, this is so different. This is a Black woman. And she did shout out the alphas. Shout out to that. And of course, she talked about her sorority, AKAs, Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, okay? The first fam with the alphas. We in family, right? She talks about us. She gives a nice shout out about that. And she really grounds herself in the fact that Black people, this was our moment, how we showed up for her. She gives, it's a love letter to us as a community. Not just Black women, but us as Black folks, that how we showed up in the ways we did to really get the campaign. Because if it had not been for us, it had not been for the Black community in many ways, the behind the scenes politics, they wasn't trying to move her there. And we knew this already, but she tells it her own story, and it is brilliant. It is a brilliant book. What I will tell you all reading it, what I will say before I move on, because I don't want to talk too much, is that it's very clear to me that I don't think she's running for office again. I think you will read it and you will hear more about it, but it's very clear that she does not plan to run for office. I could be wrong, but I walk away kind of like she respects. That was the second time she ran for president. I don't think there'll be a third time. Y'all got to remember she ran in 2020 and then she ran again in 2024. I think history, she's already made history. She is a major political figure we will never forget. And she will continue to be in many ways like a Hillary, where she'll be that relic in the conversation for very important reasons. But unlike Hillary, she can say that she was closer, even closer to the Oval Office than what Hillary achieved. Hillary was the Secretary of State. And mind you, Madeleine Albright was the first, and Condoleezza Rice followed that. But like that being said, Hillary was the first woman to be nominated for a major party ticket. That was Hillary's input and her legacy. Powerful. Kamala took it to a next step. She's the first woman to ever be a vice president. Because remember, we never had a woman vice president. We've had Sarah Palin. We've had other women, Geraldine who did it, Ferrero, whatever, who tried, right? There's been other people who've tried, right? But Kamala did it. A black woman was the first woman vice president. That alone, y'all, is a big deal. And to be able to say in my journalism career that in my bio, I can say that I've interviewed the likes of Oprah Winfrey and Kamala Harris. I interviewed her in 2020 during her historic run for vice president for being in the White House. I did that. That is something I can put on my resume. It is something that she can have on her resume as a vice president. Like, that is still a big damn deal, y'all. I know she's not president. Should have been. But what she has achieved and what she was able to achieve moves us even closer there. Hillary was the first to get the nomination. Kamala was the first to be the vice president and was able to then get the nomination. We're getting closer. I have optimism, but I know where all the shit we're going political, it might take a while. But I'm just saying that there has been, that moment within itself is still powerful, still inspirational. And so why continue, right? Look at Hillary ran twice, right? She took a shot in 2008. She came back in 2016. That's it. Kamala ran and then get the nomination in 2020, but then got the nomination in 2024 and didn't win. So some people say, well, Trump lost and came back, but Trump had won prior. You see what I'm saying? Most of the time, white men will keep running multiple times. I mean, Joe Biden has ran for president like, what, 3 times? 3 times. 3 times a charm. And he had to serve as the vice president, right? He had to do a lot. But that's not the reality for women in major political politics. I mean, unless you're Joe Stein, right? But like, that's a different world altogether. So I hold this truth. I hold this truth. And I think that that's an important thing to acknowledge and recognize. And I think we need to be able to talk about that. And this book provides that in so many different ways. So yeah. Yeah, that's a moment. That's a moment. And I can't wait for y'all to read the book and hear the follow-up interviews and stories. But it's a very worthwhile book to read for sure. I'm not going to talk too much about this, but there's been several things. There's been conversation about Mondani. At this point, Mondani got it, y'all. The polls keep showing further and further. Eric Adams did not drop out the race. Good boy. Good boy. Cuomo is just fumbling. Trump is beginning more and more to acknowledge a reality of a Mondani mayoral moment, right? He's starting to begin to talk about it. He's checked out. He's over Cuomo. This is a man who, Trump, his father, Fred Trump, used to say, you got to be a killer. Trump is in many ways, he wants to deal with winners only. So he's not really enthused at all about Cuomo. I think that's fizzling out. There's been talk about the presidential rankings. Y'all, look, this is why I can't with these white men in the Democratic Party. I was so much entertaining Gavin Newsom, and then this Charlie Kirk thing and his response and the way he's been carrying child by fake next. I don't care what Gavin. Listen, I'm over Gavin Newsom. I don't care. I don't. He is whatever. I mean, Shapiro, whatever. I mean, the only one is Westmore, who I still like. But I will give you another one, though, that I'm looking at a little differently right now. And that, for me, is J.B. Pritzker. J.B. Pritzker is very interesting to me. J.B. Pritzker is giving me a level of fire that is interesting. He's been consistently going after Trump, and for whatever reason, Trump don't want to play with him. You know why? Because he's another billionaire, another rich white man to another rich white man. He don't want that smoke. JB wants the smoke with Trump, and Trump is trying to avoid the clashing as much as possible. I've noticed that because wasn't he supposed to go to Chicago next? And he's not trying to come over there because he know that JB is not playing with him. So to a certain extent, I'm like, you know what? This is a real issue, a real situation. And so I am personally invested in seeing, there be an advancement there with him. I'm just saying, like, it's very, very telling to me what I'm witnessing. He's going to Memphis, Tennessee, a red state. Memphis. I mean, Memphis is a black city, but it's like you're going down to Tennessee. That's a waste. That's not the big major metropolitan cities that get people shook. Why are you going to Memphis? Right? The National Guard, Chicago, Baltimore. Oh, you're not going over there fucking, you did DC. You ain't coming to bother Baltimore, huh? Interesting. What's at Baltimore, y'all? Why he ain't going to Baltimore? Well, crime has been going down in Baltimore. Birmingham. Chicago. Interesting. Oh, because going in those cities, those are black men. And they're not afraid of him, like Muriel Bowser. They're not going to capitulate to him the way that Muriel Bowser has. Also, DC don't have the same state protections. They don't have a statehood. Notice that the states that he cherry picking he's not going to is led by Democratic governors. Y'all picking up what I'm putting down, right? Like, he has not actually went to a city led by a Democratic governor. Like, he's not went to Philly, which has Mayor Parker, but I'm not thinking about Parker here. I'm thinking more about Shapiro. He doesn't want to give them the opportunity to perform their level. Like, he hasn't even brought that shit anymore in California. He's staying away from Gavin. But Tennessee? That's a red state. Why are you going to Tennessee? Memphis, I get Memphis, but it's like, why? Why are you bringing those problems over there? Oh, because you're not going to Illinois, where a black male mayor of Chicago is fighting back. And Chicago, listen, my birthplace is Chicago. I was born in Chicago, Illinois. They cannot stand Trump. That is a city that does not like Trump. Philly, y'all play around. See, I really want to root for Philly. I really do, because I live in Philly. But the way that there are people in Philly that placate with Trump, y'all don't get it. Y'all not the biggest little city. I mean, y'all show up with y'all rallies and that shit. But have you seen Chicago, though? Like New York, I don't count New York. New York, we saw y'all at the polls. We saw how y'all voted. But Chicago, that is a loyal, true blue. That's a city that don't like Trump. They don't play with Trump. Every time Trump comes, they show out. Now, I know Philly will say they do the same thing. Philly do. But y'all not number one, though. Y'all not number one. Y'all not number one. Because we got too many. Y'all like Trump folks here. See, Chicago, the type of city where you don't like Trump. No one likes Trump in Chicago. And people who are Trump supporters don't get to have successful businesses unless they like some billionaire capitalist or some shit. But like, if your business is mega, no one's going to your business. See, the problem with y'all is y'all say that y'all don't like Trump, but then y'all still go to Skinny Joey's. Oops. Oh, ooh. Y'all still going over there getting them nasty cheesesteaks from Pat's. Oh, okay. Like, y'all still playing in South Philly at these spots with big, huge mega supporters in South Philly. Y'all still playing with these folks. Like, y'all still chummy with them. Y'all think that shit cute. So Philly, y'all can never get the number one Trump-hating city. Y'all won't get it. No. Chicago, I'm giving that number one. I'm giving them number one. Because when I went down there, look, Trump Tower down there, but I can't tell you how many videos I look on Instagram where everybody who see the Trump Tower building there in Chicago, there's a Trump building with Trump name on it. Every photo with that Trump got somebody sticking the middle finger at it. Oh, they don't play with him. They don't. Do not play in a windy city. And he hates that city so much because of that. Look, he said bad things happen in Philadelphia. Okay. But look how much he talks about Chicago, though. He hates Chicago. And for good reason. But Philly, our mayor, we took a $220 million loss from Trump. We don't want to play with Trump because we can't afford to, apparently. That's the reality. We can't afford to play with Trump. And she doesn't want to. And they're proud of that they're staying out of Trump's orbit, which look, I don't want Trump coming to Philly. So I get it. I just think that some of the capitulation on the DEI and the efforts around diversity, inclusion throughout, we're seeing that. You notice there's been no replacement for Office of LGBT Affairs Director position. I'm under the impression they don't really want that office. They'll never say it publicly, but they don't want the office. The office is going to be mute. They don't got no one to replace that position. No. They're too busy looking for new people and new departments and new offices in the city. They're invested in finding new people to increase staff in other departments. They're not even invested in what's going on in the Office of LGBT Affairs. That office is literally extinct. They won't say that, but they're trying to quietly shuttle it, okay? Every time it be a question, she'll dodge it. She won't talk about it. She'll say something's coming. Nothing's really coming. They're taking their time. They don't give a fuck about that office. Because especially with everything going on, they don't give a fuck. I told y'all that, though. I already told you that. Like, after Ty, I said they didn't even want to do that. But Mark Siegel and, the wealthy white gays of Philadelphia put that pressure on them, I would say another name, but that person's a judge, so I really can't say that. Oops. But there's other people that put pressure on the administration to really, fill that role after Selena. So I think when that fumbled in a very embarrassing way for everybody involved, they were like, let's just put that away. We don't care. So National Coming Out Day will go to the grifting, the organizing, the grifters. It's the city is not going to do anything. A flag raising, I doubt it. Maybe so. Maybe if they're listening, they might consider it, but they don't care. National Coming Out Day is next month. Have y'all heard anything about Outfest? It's literally less than a month away. Have anybody talked about Outfest like that? Have you noticed that a lot of the pride celebrations we're used to has not really been taking place? I'm just saying. But I digress. The major talking point, the major point I'm trying to get across here is that I just don't think we're going to see much happening in that administration on these issues. But also Trump is going to, Memphis because he's trying to avoid Democratic mayors and Democratic governors. So he's not going to Baltimore to fuck with Brandon or also get involved with what's going on with Westmore, who, y'all, let me just say this real quick about this. If Westmore wants to run for president, y'all, he's not going to tell you that right now. He's not. And I hate that everybody's trying to act like on Meet the Press like last week when he did the interview that they were like, oh, he's saying he's not running for sure. He's running himself out. Like, that was not breaking news. This man has consistently said he's not running for president. Y'all keep putting it on him. I'm putting it on him too. But the issue is that I'm also respecting the fact that he's not going to admit it. Whoever admits they run for president out loud, right? If you ask Shapiro right now, he's going to say the same thing Westmore is saying. None of them are going to say it because it's too early. It's too early. So, Wes is not going to say it. He's not going to say it because the moment he says it, there's a target on his back. So he has to say no. Even if that may or may not be the case, he's not going to tell y'all yes. So stop asking him. Okay? Stop. Let him surprise us. Damn. The other people, we'll see. If Josh Shapiro, running for president, groundbreaking. It's just one of those things where you're just like, okay. So this is an important moment for us. This is an important moment for us to guide ourselves, ground ourselves, put ourselves in a real focus. I'm just saying, we got to focus. It's a lot. It's a lot. So, put it in context, providing that. So, let's get into local politics. So, city council returned. Boring. It was really boring, y'all. I caught up with some of the news and stuff that was being said and showing up. But it's a lot going on, and um, you know, and I didn't want to be that person that was live tweeting when it was going on, and it's a lot. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't want to be in a situation where um I was live tweeting council when I wasn't hosting the show. So what I did was that I actually did not listen or follow it the day of, but got sound bites and things after the fact and did my research for this show, of course. It's just boring. It was a little boring. I just felt like normally there's a big agenda coming in, and I think they're just playing it super safe following all the drama this summer. So that was kind of boring. Also, I want to give you an update on something. So we've, certain bills that I thought were going to be major. Some of the stuff that I thought was going to be major, for example, there was a lot of talk about potentially, right? This mindset around uh, this amendment, right? That Isaiah Thomas at City Council was supposed to do a amendment for resign to run, right? And there was supposed to be a committee hearing for resign to run for that charter amendment because it was going to go to a charter, right? It was canceled because the city commissioners wouldn't be able to get the charter amendments on the ballot in enough time for the November general. So they have now not gone forward with it, with the resign to run policy, which is very telling. Look, I have thoughts, so many thoughts about this. And part of me is kind of like, I think the resign to run, how I've heard about some of the initial phases, they want to resurrect it. It looks like it's going to go back. Looks like they're going to have to bring it back another time. It should have been on the charter for people to vote on, but I guess there was not enough time. I don't really know who really wants resign to run. I mean, I want it, resign to run to extend, but I think that the teeth of it is being taken out in ways I don't think anybody, advocates who really wanted or whatever, it would have changed. So I think there's a lot happening here. And that's the thing. That's the change. So I'm wondering, because for me, my whole mindset is that if you're running for mayor or you're trying to run, that across the board, folks gotta resign and run across the board, right? It sounded like they were trying to make some stipulations on different offices where you have to resign to run for mayor, but if you want to run for Congress or you want to run for another seat, you don't have to, that would be off limits. Like there was some weird stuff around that. And I just kind of was like, what? Like, I don't know. It was just getting a little mixed. But I haven't seen the final language. I just remember talks I've heard from sources connected to it that was what it was going to be. But now it doesn't seem like it's once again, I'm not saying that the bill is killed. It's just kind of being tabled right now from what I'm hearing. I'm also hearing that Nina Mott, she's not introduced this bill, but I have seen the language. But there could potentially be a piece of legislation coming from Nina Mott's office. Okay. Let me be very clear. It has not been public, but I have gotten access to seeing the language. That she has this idea of combining Columbus Day and Indigenous Peoples Day on the same day. Is somebody going to tell her why that's a bad idea? I mean, from what I hear, she's not Indigenous and she's not Italian. And I don't know, why did she decide that this should be her wheelhouse. I don't know why she is taking the mantle on this. I don't know who thought this was a good idea. But here's the thing. It has not been proposed or introduced. So let's just keep hoping that it don't. Because quite frankly, I think it is a horrible idea. I think that at a time, a political climate like this is only going to actually piss people off and folks are going to show their ass. And to be honest, I'm not surprised by how racist people are. I don't know who is shocked by how racist the world is. I get annoyed when I see certain people videotape racist incidents and they go, racism is real, y'all. Racism is alive. I'm like, are you fucking living on a rock? Like, what fucking planet are you on? Racism is not a performance, y'all. It is a entire indoctrination in our everyday life. The type of water you drink, the type of access to healthcare you get is all connected to racism. It really is. Like certain neighborhoods and zip codes that are blacker than others don't get access to certain clean water. We know this, y'all. Like, where have y'all been? Like, when you all support AI and ChatGPT, you know that it's taking out resources and pollution of communities that are in where predominantly black communities in small towns are the ones being impacted negatively by the waste of ChatGPT. That's why I don't use ChatGPT. Okay? Flint, Michigan. Who lives in Flint, Michigan? Okay? Neighborhoods that don't have access to 911 in an efficient way. What neighborhoods are that? You can guess, right? So this idea of saying racism is still alive when you videotape a stupid ass incident, I need black people and I need other races and other groups of people to stop doing that, because what you're trying to tell me is that unless you see racism as an act of or a performance, then you don't believe it exists any other fucking time. Wake up. Look at your neighborhood. Look at your streets. Look at the water. Look at the access. Look at the crime rate. Look at the things. And tell me how that does not connect to racism or structural racism. Like, racism is not just the act of someone saying the N-word, you idiots. And I have to say that because it's really frustrating, infuriating that there are people that will say, oh, I didn't know racism was still alive and well in America, or you waited for Trump to be elected and that was your way of knowing. Like, what world are we in? Stop telling your kids that racism is gone. Stop lying. Protect people. Protect people. I have two younger black brothers. And we talk about these things all the time. My younger brother, who is in Philly, he's very tall. He's dark skinned. He is straight. He is fit. And he knows how to show up in spaces and what that means to walk in that existence. He is the nicest, most mild-mannered guy ever. Like, people who've met him, they're like, this is your brother? Like, yeah, we're so night and day. But he's such a very lovable, charming young man. I don't call him kid because he is an adult, and I don't say kid. So people would be like, oh, I like that kid. Stop calling him a kid. Like, he is an adult. He's a grown adult. He's very big on that now. Like, he's 22 and he is an adult and he pays his bills and he's an adult. So, knowing that he's a young black man operating in these spaces, it is important for me to tell him, like, and he knows this now. I mean, listen, 4 years in Philly will do it for you, right? And, he is also seeing, in his studies, he studied criminal justice at Temple. So he's very aware of the injustice of the world through academia, but also in his own lived experience. And so we're not denying over here that racism exists. We're not saying that because racism exists, you can't succeed. You can. But be real about the obstacles. Racism is a barrier and an obstacle to success that you have to overcome and you have to, navigate. You don't ever fully overcome it, but you just know how to navigate it and stay focused and keep your eyes on the prize, right? So that's important. And I think the conversations we have about it is real. It's just frustrating that there's some people that still, to this day and age, try to avoid those conversations. And it's just frustrating to see. But nonetheless, Philadelphia City Council is skirting on a lot of these things. The policies they're focused on is nuisance bars and things. And I'm not saying that that's, I mean, I guess quality of life issues, but it's just such a very petty policy. Like, it's like, okay, you want to stop these nuisance bars, but like, okay, is that really going to stop the crime? Do you really think, I mean, crime is going down anyway, but do you think that's the end all be all? It's a nuisance for older people in their neighborhoods to feel a certain way. They don't want to see people in the corner. Okay, fine, right? You don't want to wrangle them up, lock them up. You want to throw fines on it. You want to clean up the streets as you may want to frame it. Okay, great. But like, this is blah, right? And I want to say this thing before I move on that, but like they also do a lot of resolutions. And the one thing that I will not miss as city council is all the pomp and circumstance, street renamings and resolutions honoring 1,000 different people. Look, have I gotten a resolution from council? My organization has gotten the citations, and then sure, we have. But even in those moments, we never had like the big old hoorah rah, grand old photo shoot, 1,000 people names. I don't know. I think it's so much of that going on. Every time I turn around, there's a new street renaming. And I'm not saying the people that's getting the street renamed is not deserving of it. Let me be very clear about that, you know? But it's become such a thing that takes up so much time in council that the real legitimate, you know, legislation that people need to deal with and grapple with, they never get to it, or they kind of browse through it. And it's like, this is stuff impacting people's lives for real, for real. And I've seen a lot of stuff slip through the cracks in conversation. And I just feel like there's a lot of grandstanding. And I think that is just a waste. So I just wanted to name that. So, Philadelphia, we got some big news. We are no longer the first poorest city in America. We are now officially the second. We have finally taken away the title as being the poorest major city in America. We now have to say second poorest major city in America. My hometown, not my birthplace, my hometown, Houston, Texas, is now number one. Oh, gosh. But there's a lot of factors on that. And I think it's important to note, right? So several things. Let me just put this in perspective. These are reports that came from, reports that have come from data that was released by the U.S. Census Bureau. The Philadelphia poverty rate has dropped below 20% for the first time since 1979. So it took us, 45 years? 46 years? Damn. 46 years it took us to get there. The Census Bureau released this data. But to be clear, the poverty rate dropped to 19.7% in 2024. That's the first time it fell below 20% since 1979. Okay? Roughly 300,000 Philadelphians are currently living in poverty. That's a lot. Now, Houston is number one with 21.2%. Now, this compared to last year's census data, the city was less than 1% behind Philly in the poverty rate. And this is according to reporting from the Inky, but it's just based off of the census figures. I think, this year's data release, that Houston's edge over Philly is within a margin of error. So let me break that down. It's under a margin of error between them in that difference. Okay? It falling behind 20%, sure. It's the first time in at least 20 years the city has shed the unwanted title. For the first time in at least 20 years. We've had this title for 20 years. So other cities that are in this ranking, Houston is number one at 21.2%. Philadelphia is at second place with 19.7%. New York is at 18%. San Antonio is in fourth place with 17.1%. Chicago's in fifth place with 16.6%. Los Angeles is, oh, I'm sorry, wait, hold on. Let me back up. Houston's number 1, Philadelphia's number 2, New York is number 3, San Antonio's number 4, Chicago's number 5 with 16.6%, Los Angeles number 6 with 16%, number 7 is Dallas with 13.9%, number 8 is Jacksonville, Florida with 12.3%, number 9 is Phoenix with 12%, and number 10 is San Diego with 10.4%. Those are major cities, okay, with high densities, okay? Now, peer cities, okay, and these are cities that are smaller. These are smaller cities. And so it's important to note that this is based off of, these are cities. So Detroit is 34.5%. They have a poverty rate of 34.5%. But remember, their population as a bigger city does not compare to ours, because Philadelphians have 300,000 people living in poverty, right? Detroit doesn't have big numbers compared to us. They used to be back in the day, but not now. Their population has declined. Cleveland is number 2 with 28.3% in poverty. Baltimore is number 3 with 17.7%. See, a lot of y'all was ready to go, well, what about Baltimore? I know Baltimore poll. Well, Baltimore isn't, let me not play. 17.7 is high. But they would technically be 4th place in the conversation, but not really, because with Detroit being 34 as a peer city and Cleveland being 28, my goodness, those numbers. Baltimore is 17.7, Washington, D.C. is 17.3, and Boston is 16.5. And this is with peer cities, but they're not major large cities. These are the 10 largest cities that deal with the rates. So it's a population number game more than a name recognition game, if that makes sense. I guess it's progress, you know. There's a lot of reasons why people are thinking this could be the case. I mean, with Houston, I think Houston has had some hurricanes and some floods, and I think that the trickle-down impact of that also factoring in, you know, just some of the changes with recession and inflation and things like that. I think that's also part of the reason. Climate change is playing a big role in that, I would say, but it's not too much, but somewhat. I think with Philly, a lot of it has to do with just the fact that we are having a changing demographic, right? The more New Yorkers come, some of the other people getting priced out and they're leaving Philadelphia proper. Some of the relocation of certain folks, in addition to a wealth increase of new jobs and new folks transplanting here, I think is what's shaping it. I don't think Philly is doing anything extremely stand out to me. I mean, there's certain things that they're trying to work around, ideas around, providing people. There's experiments on giving people cash money to just, help with their bills. They're not like saying, they're not paying all their bills, but they're giving them a little bit of, they're testing out ideas of like, oh, let's give some people some money. What if we gave people an addition to their income? How will they move and navigate out poverty? There's been reports, I believe, by Pew and others that are showing that if you actually give people, not give them all the money, but if you gave them an average household, let's say you just gave them a monthly $500 to their whole ecosystem, that a lot of them would be easier to get home ownership or to get out of in poverty situations. Like, rather than trying to provide all these social services, which you should, let's keep the social services. Let me be very clear about that. But whereas trying to do other services, some people, and I've always said this, I really believe this, that part of the poverty issue, because when you look at a city like Philadelphia, right, or you talk about unemployment, right, you're seeing a situation where there are people who got jobs, y'all. I said 300,000 people in Philadelphia are in poverty. That's not 300,000 people that's unemployed. Let's be very clear. There are a lot of people that are working 40 hours a week or more and are still impoverished. That's because of the cost of living in these cities have gone up, but the increase in revenue and hourly pay, a lot of those things are not increasing. So you're increasing their cost of living, but you're not actually providing any increase in their actual revenue generation. So salaries and things are not increasing. People are cutting jobs, which is impacting unemployment, but you're not actually doing it. So I wonder to myself, What would it look like if the city or just these governments, right? And I've heard other people talk about this, but if you said, look, and they've been doing it. There was an experiment with a couple of families. There was an experiment with a couple of families for a couple of years of like giving them a sort of allowance, like this increase in cash. Nothing like crazy, like $5,000 or anything like that, but a couple of hundreds, right? And then he said, look, if we give these people this, we're not giving them other stuff. We're not changing their neighborhoods. We're not giving them other housing. We're just going to give them this money and see what happens with it. If they had this increase in revenue that was just given to them, what would happen? What happened is that a lot of these people were better off than they were prior, holistically, and to the point that some people was in a position to actually get housing, like go into home ownership or consider that leg up allowed them to keep up with their bills, their mortgages and things. And there was less homelessness. There was less foreclosures. That honestly, the magic sauce was if you gave people a little bit of money, they wouldn't have to go for everything else. Are y'all paying attention of what I'm getting to? I can't tell you how many people that I've talked to, college students, other folks that just was like, I don't need I don't need 1,000 different things. Like people keep coming up with all these ideas. They was like, look, if I just had a couple of $100 a month to pay for groceries, then I wouldn't have to make the sacrifice between food or my electricity bill. That if you actually gave me a little bit of revenue, or maybe if y'all actually gave your employees better pay up front, then the cost of their living circumstances, if they just need a little bit of cash, okay? I wonder if you gave $500 to every family that was on the margin of the poverty line every month in addition to their revenue, I am telling you that there will be so many people that would be able to navigate that budget because they know how to cash. $500 can make a very big difference to a household on that margin. Government, rather than keep throwing dumb money on certain things that people are not asking for, how about billionaires? How about some of you all who want to make this impact? How about you actually provide these type of stipends to families? The research is showing that not only would you address poverty, but that would also play a role in crime. Maybe certain people wouldn't feel like they would have to do certain illegal things in order to keep the lights on. That a lot of things could change. Some of y'all gonna say, Ernest, get out here with these communist ideas. I don't know. I'm not saying I'm a communist and promoting one. I'm just saying, if you could just incentivize that. And if people like me, as a person who's not in poverty at all, right, who got money, here's what I'm gonna say. As a person with some access to capital, money, and resources, I want y'all to give these families in these areas some money. Because if that's what it will take to save a life, to prevent crime in certain neighborhoods, I would love that because that will take the burden off of us. Because the issue is you're taking my taxpayers' dollars and you're using all of that money to go into the police department. And the police ain't doing a good job at solving all these crimes or addressing the poverty connected to these crimes. Okay, so crime rates are going down, but the poverty still is not tremendously going down. Like we're just not seeing immediate steps. Like everybody keeps talking about incremental change. We cannot afford incremental change at this point. It would be nice to see a level of real tangible change. Cut some checks and give them it. I don't need the $500 because to be honest with you, I don't need it. And second of all, I would rather go to people in need to know that they will know how to spend that money better. You give that money to me, I already got money, child. I don't know where it's going to go. Might go on a new pair of shoes. Might give me some new Gucci shades. The possibilities are endless. So I'm just saying, let's reshift our focus to giving money to people in need. If you just gave people $500 a month as a stipend, in addition to their circumstances, I'm curious to see pilot programs like that. I've heard good things about this research. Give some people some money, y'all. Give them to families that need it. They already busting their ass and working. If they got a job, if they're already working, they still can't meet ends meet. Give them that stipend, see where it goes. What would it cost you? $6,000 to $12,000 a year? I'm okay with that. Shit. Find some families and cut a check and do it. And do it for a year. Let's see what happens. You'll be surprised. You will be surprised. I think a lot of things would change. And I wonder, because it did happen in Philly, is that part of the reason why those poverty numbers went down? But I think it's an interesting experiment. It's not welfare checks. It's not any of that. I really think we act like the only people that's in poverty are people that are literally homeless. Just saying. Something to think about. Something to think about. Because I would love to see it. You know? I would. Seriously. It's a lot going on. So, lots of food for thought. Lots of food for thought. Since people want to talk about solutions. So, on the record with Ernest Owens, first episode of the series. Excited. It was a great show. I interviewed State Representative Morgan Cephas, who is running for Congress against a crowded race, right? There's several doctors and educators running. There's also State Representative Chris Rabb, and there is also State Senator Shreve Street. It was a good interview. There were times where in the interview I felt like, Morgan was, giving me some of the talking points and things, and you all hear the interview, you can hear the parts where, she's, kind of on that campaign. And I found a balance between, like, I don't want to cut people off. I think it's important to be, consider, but at some points it can get a little long-winded where you're like, okay, like, we got questions, and to be clear, I felt like I got a chance to ask all of my questions. But there were times where I would have liked more analysis, opportunity to give analysis of some of the things she was saying, because she was saying a lot. But I was able to, in that moment, dissect some of the things that I think will be helpful for her campaign and her team. There's some work that needs to be done. A lot of these, talking to these candidates, I talked to Senator Street. Y'all heard that interview. Y'all had thoughts about the way he did it. But I think it's a common pattern where it's like, okay, a lot of this stuff is on your website. A lot of this stuff is things that we already know. I want to know the things that we don't know. I want to know the things that are not clear to the public. There might be things that you're having with, your backdoor team, your people, but I want to get to the root of that. And so I think I was proud of the fact that I did achieve a lot of clarity on her positions. Now, I'm not putting words in her mouth, but how I interpreted some of the major key points of my analysis of what she said in the interview is that, and again, this is not her words, this is my analysis, mine, not hers. But I do think when I walked over to the interview, I got a clear sense of why she thinks she should run, like why she's running. I think I have a sense of how she thinks she can win. And there was also some other fun, interesting nuggets that came out in the conversation. So for starters, I think the biggest punch that she swung, again, proverbially, was the argument around receipts. That was the theme of the conversation. Is that I think what she was saying is that certain people, and I think that her biggest challenger in her view, based on the way that she described things, and I can pick up what people putting down, I think it's a fair one, right? I think that Senator Shreve Street is the person to beat here. I think this is his race to lose. At least right now. I think he's the front runner. One, he's the first one to come out and announce that he was running. I mean, let me take that back. The first major candidate. Because there's people announcing they're running, but baby, I don't know your name, honey. I don't know your name. I don't know you like that. You haven't really reached out to press in the way that tried to get yourself. I mean, I just don't. It's not saying you don't matter, because I mean, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that these are major candidates that have strong name recognition. And if you're going to run a race like this, you got to put yourself out. I feel like the only people that are out here right now is Cephas, Street, and Rab. And Rab, not as much as them, but still, he is running. And I've definitely seen some things from him, you know. But that being said, there are some things that she's doing. Now, I don't think she's really directing a lot of her responses to Rab. I don't think that her campaign takes Rab that seriously. He's a colleague in the House. If you was, in my opinion, and this is just me being, again, I want to be clear that this is not her. Don't put words in her mouth. I'm talking from my own analysis. I'm willing to bet that if the Pennsylvania Democrats were asked to vote for Morgan or Rab, they would be voting for Morgan overwhelmingly over Rab. And there's a lot of reasons why. I mean, this is her 5th term in the state house. She's currently have served for the past 9 years. So majority of her 30s, now entering her 40s, she's been there. But she's been in office for a long time. She's not in office. She's been in politics for a long time, for like roughly at least 20 years. And so she has been, someone who has that name recognition, and she's built relationships. So I would say, I can imagine the Dems in the House would go over her. So I think it's fair for her to say, now, if you ask Sharif and her, the conversation gets a little dicey, right? So I think she sees her biggest challenger in this race is Sharif Street. And I would argue, well played, I would argue that Sharif Street is the man to beat in this race. I think he is the front runner as of right now. However, anything can change. And y'all see how Philly politics are, okay? There was a time where we thought certain people was going to be the mayor and certain people was going to be the DA. And then all of a sudden a wild card came about. So anything can change the trajectory of an election. I mean, think about it. People would have thought that Helen Ginn was the front runner for mayor at one point. And then look what happened to her. She came in 3rd place. So you just never know how a race can shape. And so I've never placed all my bets in and said this person's going to be it or whatever, but I will be realistic about the current state of the race. If the race takes shape in a different way, it could change in a couple of months. We never know. But we got a primary that's coming up in February. So it's only so much time, right? And so these candidates got to really, really distinguish themselves. And so the point of my interview, what I wanted to achieve, is to get the public, you all who were listening, right? I want you all, and by the way, you can listen to this interview. The link is in the bio. If you want to see the actual video of our exchange, so if you want to see a visual of the interview where you want to see her facial expressions, you want to see my facial expressions, you could go on Word Radio on Facebook, and there is it's already been taped and recorded, so you can watch the previous. But if you want to listen to the interview, you can listen to the interview on my link tree. There is a link for you to be able to listen to that interview. It is now available. It's been available. You can see it. You saw the picture and the post on my Instagram on Sunday following the interview. But you can go on there and you can listen to the interview and hear everything. So we're going to do that with every episode. Every episode of On the Record with Ernest Owens is an hour-long episode. You will be able to listen to the rerun. So the reruns will be on SoundCloud, and you can listen to those episodes in the comfort of your home or wherever you're at. And you can do that. And you can even subscribe or follow the Word page so you can get that particular thread. So there will be one that will be created and there'll be episodes so you can listen to reruns. Because I know a lot of you all want to listen to the old City Council Live. They don't do those for City Council Live because unfortunately all City Council is a bunch of City Council. So you can never hear my previous interviews and things there. But I wasn't really doing that much anyway. This show is very different. So you can listen to a full 1 hour episode and get the recaps and everything on the link. So Linktree, check there and you will start seeing a discography of it building up. But you can listen to it if you have not. And then you can, listen to my take on it. So the thing about, again, her experience, right? Her interview is that I wanted to distinguish her. I wanted her to set herself apart. I wanted to interview in a way where I can get a clear understanding about what each of these candidates are bringing to the table. I'm very clear on Sharif Street. I've interviewed him, and I've gotten a chance to get to, study his race or his campaign. I think he is coming in as the guy who's ready for the job on day one. He is the guy who he argues has the most experience. He's the guy who has been waiting for tonight. Oh, he's been waiting for this moment. He's dreamed for this love for so long, okay? This is his big moment, right? He also feels that he's done a lot across the aisle for Democrats to get seats, to win seats. He's been across the Commonwealth. He feels like he has a good grasp to understand the situation, and he wants the seat. So that's what I get from him. With her, I think she's making an argument of, listen, there needs to be young energy here. There needs to be not young energy as in just young on age, but somebody who has a lived experience that can relate to this. Somebody like Sharif Street, was the son of a mayor. He, went to Penn Law. He went to Morehouse. I won't say was raised from silver spoon, but his father was the council president. I mean, his life is, he's privileged. To be clear, let's not say that just because he's privileged that and he's also a Kappa, like his father. It's a lot of history here. This man, he has been privileged, not his entire life, but in his upper adult, he's been afforded opportunities based on his connections. I wouldn't say he's a Nepo baby, but he is privileged in a way that Morgan Cephas is saying she was not, right? And I don't think she was comparing herself to him, but, Sharif talks about these experiences, but it's like, respectfully, she's lived them in a modern era, and she feels like she can have a more relevant voice to speak on it. And so she's speaking more of the merits of the job and her experience and how it's relevant to it. Sharif's talking more holistically. He plays wider space. He's talking more about the system and institution of the party and where it needs to go and how he's been ready for that. She's talking about her actual lived experience and the policies that she's done to create herself for the job. There's various ways of how we can read that and interpret that, right? She says receipts because she can say, look, I can talk about the actual things I've done in the legislation, in the state house, and how I've actually, I'm not talking about what I believe in. I'm talking about what I've legislated in, right? And that's interesting. But that's something that that's the point, right? That this is not only experience leadership for her, but it's lived experience for her, and it shapes the way her policies are created. I remember this very well. I think Cheryl Parker was saying this when she ran for mayor, that a lot of her lived experience, but rightfully so, her lived experiences allow her to inform the way in which she creates policy. Now, I would argue that in some ways, if these are the experiences you've lived in your life, how your policies and your stances actually don't align with what people would expect you to support and how. I mean, the way that DC 33 was handled, as someone who comes from a family of union workers, was that the best way to handle that and address DC 33? I mean, these are people that you've known. These are the predominantly Black workers. I just find it interesting that people like to lean into their identity and to say how that shapes their policies, but their policies could be arguably detrimental to the very communities they claim they support. But that's another conversation for another day. Back to Morgan Cephas, because she's saying the opposite, right? That her policies and the things that she's advocated for is aligns with the issues that she wants to take charge of in Congress. One thing that a lot of you all brought up in the call, and I thought that this was something important, is that Morgan, and like Sharif, talks a big deal about Republicans in Congress and this and the third. We all know what Republicans in Congress are doing. And we also know how small your role is in combating them. Like, Congress has to come as a collective force. That seat is going to be Democrat. We know this already. Duh. It's one of the safest seats in the congressional entire space, actually. It's a super safe seat for Democrats. But one thing that I will give Morgan is that when I did push on some of that, she did lean into the fact that, okay, yes, there's the Trump shit in Congress, but how she planned to use that congressional seat to really focus on people here in that area. And I thought that was very strong. Which brings me to another point. The conversation about Dr. Ayla Stanford was very interesting. As of right now, the recording of this podcast, Morgan Cephas is the only woman running in this race. She said on the interview that she does not do hypotheticals, which is fine. But there's a strong likelihood that Dr. Ayla Stanford might actually throw herself in, which would change the dynamic of the race in so many different ways. She made a little remark, and I don't call it shade, it's a fact, but it's very interesting that she went here. She wanted to let it be known that Ayla is a proud resident and, of living in Congress, Congresswoman Malendine's district. Now, for those who didn't catch that shade, or I won't call it shade, but if you didn't catch the fact there, congressional members can run for Congress in any district. They don't have to run in the district that they live in. A lot of people will call this art of a person running in an area they don't live in. It's called carpetbagging. It is a situation where a candidate will go into an area they don't live in and try to, post up shop and then try to basically run a political race. They call it carpetbagging because you're rolling the carpet in the. So there was an implication, even though she didn't say it, but I will just say it, that there was implication that if Dr. Ayla Stanford do decide to run, that because she does not actually live in Congressman Dwight Evans' district, that she's pretty much carpetbagging because you already have representation in that area, and that person's Malandine. If you want to represent the area that you're actually from, why not take on Malandine? You don't want to do that. Okay, that's your choice. But now you're about to come over to another congressional district that you don't live in and try to be their representative? I don't know. But again, she has not declared that she's running. So again, these are factors that she needs to consider if she decides to run. But I'll be open to interviewing her as well, like I'll do with a lot of my sources. I am open to interviewing anyone who wants to have civil discourse, as you saw, I named the people and their comms teams and their folks. So it is so important that this time around with this race, people are having the conversations. People need to have the conversations. And so that's where I'm at with it. Because I do agree, right? If you live in another congressional district, even though you can do something, I mean, you should do something. And given how crowded this race is and how packed it is, I do think that, people need to be mindful because this could potentially be a bloodbath. And not in a physical way, but I mean like money and resource-wise. Like there's going to be millions of dollars that need to be raised. And I think it's important for people to do that. Now, Morgan did say that she would like to come on Ernestly Speaking, or she hinted at that interest. I want to see her get on the ballot first. I'm not saying she won't, but I will say that what thing I'm thinking about doing is that there are going to be people that's going to want to be on the podcast and on the show. My rule of thumb is that I will revisit that when she gets on the ballot. So, that's in late January. Once she gets on the ballot, we can revisit the conversation. Of course, on the record, because it is in, the city. I mean, it is a podcast. We want to give people equal opportunity to be on air. So definitely would love to interview Chris Rabb if he's available, if he's open to doing it. It's definitely that case. If, Sharif would like to come on the record, that opportunity is extended as well. I might be curious in seeing how people feel about, putting them together and having a discourse. But we got to see who else is running. So, we'll save that. But that would be interesting to see that discourse take place and see how that pans out. But overall, I liked the interview. I definitely enjoyed the energy that she brought to the table. And I do think that was a great interview to start the season, to start the new series. So tune in if you have not, but it's great to listen to it. Okay, moving along to this situation. I need you all to stay woke on this. They're not talking a lot about it, and I think it's important to talk about it. Tracy Hardy, okay? Attorney General Dave Sunday says that this press release came out. It came out, y'all, on a Friday, y'all. Philadelphia man pleads guilty to wire fraud on loan applications and defrauding healthcare workers union by diverting funds to political work. Attorney General Dave Sunday announced that a Philadelphia man has pleaded guilty. This man who pleaded guilty, this is Tracy Hardy. He pleaded guilty in federal court to wire fraud charges tied to falsified loan applications in a scheme to defraud healthcare workers union through false bids and inflated invoices. The Office of the Attorney General's Public Corruption Section collaborated with the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania and the FBI on union fraud investigation. Tracy Hardy pleaded guilty Thursday to various counts of wire fraud related to the fraudulent Paycheck Protection Program. That's the PPE. That was an economic injury disaster loan application. That's the PPE, loans, right? In addition, Hardy pleaded guilty to one count of wire fraud related to defrauding District 1199C, a subsidiary union of the National Union of Hospital and Healthcare Employees, for inflating prices for a bar renovation of the Union Hall performed by his construction company. Hardy, a well-known political consultant, is believed to have diverted union funds to political work, according to a state grand jury presentment and state preliminary hearing testimony. Okay. Hardy, along with his friend and the union's executive officer, Kristen Woods, that is Chris Woods, were originally charged last year by the Pennsylvania Office of Attorney General regarding the union fraud scheme. Due to Hardy's guilty plea in federal court, the state charges have been withdrawn against him. Hardy appeared Thursday before the United States District Attorney Judge Harvey Bartle III of the Eastern District of Pennsylvania. Now, Chris Woods will continue to be prosecuted by the Office of Attorney General's Public Corruption Section, which is currently scheduled for trial on November 17th. Criminal charges and any discussion thereof are merely allegations, and all defendants are presumed innocent until and unless proven guilty. This is from directly Pennsylvania Attorney General Dave Sunday, okay? This is his office's press release. This is a big deal. Let me explain to you why. Many years ago, do y'all know who Chris Woods is? Chris Woods used to be the executive leader, the big union boss for 1199C, okay? 11999C, okay? There's a reason why Chris Woods, right, is still fighting this. There's a lot going on. There's a lot of speculation. There's a lot here, okay? There's a lot of conversations about indictments, right? Because they were indicted. I want to talk about this a little bit, back this up with you all, okay? Last year, he was charged with stealing to illegally support Democratic campaigns, okay? He's the ex-head of the 1199C. It was him and Tracy Hardy. This was last year when they were charged, okay? According to the Inky, right, this man is being accused of stealing more than $150,000 from his members to illegally support candidates in the city's May 2019 Democratic primary election, okay? His real name is Kristen, but he goes by Chris, okay? He led District 1199C from 2019 to 2021. He's being accused of disguising the missing money as payments to renovate the bar in his union's old city headquarters. This is what was said by the state grand jury in 2024, okay? Here is some background. Woods and that consultant, Tracy Hardy, that's the one who just announced it. He took the plea, y'all. He took the whatever, right? He then came clean and admitted to it. Tracy Hardy was the former chief of staff to State Senator Shreve Street, okay, and then became a political consultant. Now they're saying that they face felony charges tied to what they're accusing them of skirting state campaign finance laws and U.S. Labor Department union reporting requirements. They're saying that they could be sentenced to as long as 20 years behind bars on the most serious counts. Now, there's been several drops. At this point, Chris Woods is now 40. This happened when he was in his 30s, allegedly. Here's the thing that people need to know. And this is why this can be a little shaky. And why I tell people to stay woke. The case filed against Woods appears to be unrelated to several other issues that he had when he served in the position. Because he left in 2019. And there were some problems there with the union's national leadership. They ousted him, okay, back then, over a dispute over local finance. That was in 2021 when he got ousted. He was only in a position from 2019. So it was only been about 2 years he was in that role. But what is being said is that during the 2019, when he first started in the role, okay, in 2019, District 1199C had endorsed several candidates, including Kenny, who was seeking his second mayoral term, and City Council member Isaiah Thomas, who went on to win the general election race, which has happened. Now, it's important to note that Isaiah Thomas and Chris Woods grew up together in North Philly. They also co-founded a nonprofit that puts on annual basketball summer camps across the city. Now, a lot of Philly people say, that's my guy. You know, they'll say, that's my guy. That's my guy. Chris Woods is Isaiah Thomas's guy. They are homies. They're close. Now, the union's backing also helped to elect Movita Johnson-Harrell during that special election in March of that year. Remember, she later pleaded guilty to charges of embezzling from her nonprofit that she ran, and she resigned in the seat 8 months before swearing in. And the person that ended up eventually replacing her would be Amon Brown. Now, here's the thing. The questions that I have is, did people that he raised money for was aware of this? They're not indicted. They're not connected to any of this. But there are questions being raised about how much did these elected officials know. Did they know that Chris Woods was doing this and running this a certain type of way? I mean, the guy who they are accusing were in cahoots then came out and flat blank said that he did admit to doing it. It's obvious he couldn't have done it alone. So the question becomes, did Chris Woods know? Was he in on it? Because it looks like Tracy Hardy is going to admit to some things. I mean, is he accusing Chris Woods? That's the question. We don't know right now. But it's obvious he couldn't do this by himself. So people need to really consider what could be happening here. Because this looks like this case that has been quiet for a while is coming back up. And for those who have heard the name Tracy Hardy and want to understand what's going on, he owns Lou and Choose Lounge. So he owns Lou and Choose Lounge. That's how y'all know him. So for people that be like, well, who's Tracy Hardy? I've never seen him before. You have. He's the owner of Lou and Choose Lounge. So take that in consideration. It's a popular bar that's in Hunting Park Avenue around Nicetown and Hunting Park neighborhood. It got some renovations in 2021. It's a lot going on. But I just wanted to bring that to y'all attention because a lot of people have not talked about it. And yeah, you know. So there's a lot to consider. And We gotta put that in perspective. So, moving on. So this week's Ask Ernest. A lot of you all asked me this. This is a really good question, and I have an answer for you all, I think. We'll see. So some of you all were asking about the situation with that guy, CK. I'll just call him CK at this point, Charlie Kirk, but we'll say CK moving forward in some cases. There was questions of like, well, I don't celebrate his death, but I don't want to come off like a heartless person. And so you're saying, how do you navigate the lines? I've heard this from several different people. How do you navigate the lines from being like to appear to be a person who does not want violence, but also at the same time do not want to appear like you're coddling and empathizing with a dead white supremacist? That's kind of what I've gisted up. There's been several, like I've gotten messages in the DMs saying like, I don't celebrate his death. I think celebrating a person's death is just not a good thing. However, I don't feel a sense of mourning, but I don't want to come off completely, totally dismissive. Like, what do I do? That's the question and the gist that I've gotten from several people. Here's the thing, right? Make this less about you and consider harm. Meaning that sometimes if you don't have the words to say, just don't say anything at all. I don't know why everybody feels like they have to say something. Like, look, I'm public. I'm a public figure. I'm a journalist. I cover politics. They're calling this political violence. So, I mean, clearly I have to speak on it or provide context or information, right? So I do that, right? But I'm also independent and I do have the right to have commentary and opinion about things. For me, I think that listening to different perspectives of different people's experience and understanding why they feel the way they feel and think the way they think or talk about the way they talk is better, right? I completely understand why the far right conservatives are losing it for Charlie Kirk right now. I'm going to ask several questions and I want y'all to think about this. I'm not justifying the behavior from them. I'm just providing the context of like understanding. I get why they're acting the way they're acting. I don't personally agree. But mind you, it's their guy, quote unquote. They've chosen to operate in this them versus us mentality. And quite frankly, it is what it is. But let me get here with this. I can't think of a successful assassination in modern American history that involved, in America, a straight, white, conservative male, Christian male. I can't recall in modern history where a conservative, white, straight male was assassinated in public in this type of way. There were attempts, right, with Trump last year. Attempts. I mean, there was an attempt on Reagan. There's been a history of attempts on presidents, right? But for someone like Charlie Kirk to actually die, I don't recall. And before you all start with the CEO, the healthcare CEO person, that person was not a public figure. That person, we don't really know their politics like that. That person that's not that. That was a murder in cold blood. This is this is a murder as well, but it's also one that is involving a high profile political figure. He's not an elected official, but I just don't recall a white straight man. Like I said, this country is tough when even white, straight, Christian, conservative men are scared to go outside. Shit done got real because all the attempts on Gretchen Weimer, the killing of a Democratic state senator in I think Minnesota, whatever, like that happened. But again, I'm saying a conservative white male. oftentimes the people that are getting assassinated in this way, like successful assassinations, not attempts, but successful assassinations, are coming from folks more on the left. We saw JFK, MLK, we've seen Bobby Kennedy. We've seen others, right, on the left of it get assassinated in this way. Even the situation that just happened with the current, senator, right? But I'm still have not noticed that this is the first time this has happened to them in a recent era, right? There was an attempt on Trump, but even Trump himself, tried not to lean into that type of victimhood, right? Shapiro's house, his governor's mansion, almost got set on fire, right? Well, got set on fire. Almost could have killed him and his family if they didn't get out on time. Nancy Pelosi's husband, But I have not seen a major white public figure in this way that is conservative that has been killed in this way. Not in my lifetime, not in modern America. So I think for them and for who did it, when they found out who did it, there is a reckoning within their own party that they have to figure this out because it's internal. It's white on white crime, people, okay? It's mega on mega crime, actually. And so they got to figure this out. Because I think they really so badly wanted to blame the leftists. It was the leftists. It's like, nah, nope. It's not us. It's not the leftists. So they're struggling with the scapegoating issue because now the gun violence has come to their front door. And what do you do with that? Do you just say, well, Charlie didn't give a fuck about the guns. He said that, pretty much this is liberty. This is what happens. And you don't do anything about gun violence? Or do you now care because it's impacting your base? So what's the next response? So I think to some extent, understanding the situation can make you decide whether you want to say something or not. Because I think the problem is that everybody wanted to come out with this peace, not violence mindset, but this was ego-driven. I don't think they really care about Charlie Kirk. I don't. And I'm talking about the left, the lefts. I don't think they really do care. Because if they were to really care, then I question, why do you care so much? When you haven't even said this much about what's going on in Palestine, you haven't said this much about, other Democrats that have been going through it. We didn't see a half mass for that state senator in Minnesota. We didn't hear no one, really aggressively advocate. I mean, even Shapiro's situation that happened to him, nobody was really, Trump didn't really pour out much to say about it. So I'm not saying an evil for an eye for an eye keeps everybody. I'm not going there with saying evil for evil, but it's just like at a certain point, reserve your energy with people and issues that are actually going to move the needle forward. I think a lot of people have really went above and beyond on trying to act like they were something different. Who are you trying to do that for? Democrats don't care. And the left don't care. I think white liberals are having their moment that I had with white liberals, but they're having it with conservatives because I think they think that like a black person thought they can change white people's minds about racism, I think they think they can win these people over. They think they can find common ground with these white folks. Best of luck and wishes to you. I think they're so far gone, but if you want to go waste your time, you have at it. Did you not see that black people tried to do it? So now you think you can do it. Well, they don't like your ass because they feel like you're a traitor to your race. Oh, trust me, I see the comments. Any white person that is speaking out against racism or standing up against oppression and white supremacy, they are looking at y'all as traitors to your race. So they don't even care about what you got to say either. And let's not forget that they were out here doing the killings of you all. It was not black people yet again. It was actual white conservatives that were going after white liberals who wanted to find common ground. Okay? Let's not forget the history. Even in Philadelphia, We've seen incidents that have taken place where in certain social dynamics, white people, whether it was liberal or conservative, did problematic acts to innocent black bodies. We've seen it. Ed Buck, that creepy ass pedophile who had black queer men dying in his house, being involved in sex-fueled, drug-fueled parties, and was preying on young, promising black queer men. That's predatory behavior. And if anything was to happen to that man, there will be no thoughts and no prayers. But for a podcast like this, I got all thoughts, but I have no prayers. So I just think it's about really figuring out, do you need to even weigh in? And if you do, how are you weighing in ways that are authentic to how you express yourself? If you're afraid to be honest about how you feel, then just don't say anything at all. But don't be fake. Please don't. I think people understand that all these like little political statements people have been putting out, child, y'all are not politicians. Y'all do not have to be fake. They get paid to be fake about shit like this. You don't get paid to do this shit. I don't understand your incentive. I don't. I get why politicians do it. It's shitty, but I get why they do it. But why do you do it? Why do you model that behavior when it's not who you are? You don't have to be fake. You don't have to say anything. You can shut up. And let me be very clear. A lot of you influencers, because I got to get y'all together, that got y'all little 80,000, 100,000 followers and shit, thinking that y'all somebody because y'all got all them little followers. Look, I just hit 18,000 real followers this week. Real, baby. No bots. Y'all got all these followers. And I look at the likes and engagement you're posting, don't got that many because they're bots. Y'all know when my shit real. You know what I'm saying? Y'all know my post really, engagement is real on that. But nonetheless, right? One thing that has got me is hearing people online say things like, oh, you know, I'm worried that if I say something, if I go to an event, if I have an event, something can happen to me based on this. I hear that. I hear it. But baby, child, please. They ain't checking for you. First of all, what rooms are you booking where you get crowds out like that? Seriously. What rooms are you booking to get a crowd out like that? I mean, if you want to be in the role that you are that's public facing, child, there's ways for people to be pissed off with you and come at you and say something about you that don't even got anything to do with this shit. You cannot live your life in fear in those types of ways. And a lot of people, to be honest, like AOC took away from a rally recently as an abundance of care. AOC is a very leading face in politics. If they're not going after AOC or they might come after her, they're not worried about your little ass and your little small little following and them little events that no one goes to, child. They're not worried about coming at you at a brunch, child. You don't pose that level of power and influence and threat over them, okay? You don't. Some of these people out here doxing people and calling their jobs and sending them nasty Facebook messages and shit. Well, listen, if you're going to say something, hide your shit, use your privacy things, or if you're in a position where you don't give a fuck and your people know who you are and where you stand, work with better employers who won't fire you. But if they do or you fear for it, then don't say anything. Be silent. Be a white person when it comes to racial issues. Be silent. Be invisible. Okay? Play the same game they fucking play when it comes to our fucking issues. I don't know what to think. We need to see all the facts. That's unfortunate. I am so sorry to hear that. And move the fuck on. Like a white person on racism. That's how you should act. If you're fearful. If you're fearful. If you're scared to be honest about how you feel, then don't say anything. Act like a white person on the issue. If people bring it up to you, say that is unfortunate. Oh my goodness, that is so unfortunate. And move the fuck on. Anybody expecting you to do anything more than that, to tap dance and shuck and jive, you better be an elected official with some campaign contributions, child. Because I don't get why some of these people out here are doing this shit for fucking free. You're cooning for free? Oops. I just don't get it. I don't get it. The step and fetch it for what? Like the devil does not need an advocate, literally and figuratively. So don't be one. That's my take on that. So movies, my series, y'all, it's Oscar Watch. There is a movie coming out by Paul Thomas Anderson. He's an acclaimed director. Okay. Some of the best cinematic films of the 21st century, he's directed. Some of these films include There Will Be Blood, one of the best performances by Daniel Day-Lewis's career, in my opinion. There Will Be Blood is iconic, okay? He also did the film Licorice Pizza. Interesting, cute little film. The Master with the late, great Philip Seymour Hoffman. Magnolia with Tom Cruise. He even did Phantom Thread with Daniel Day-Lewis. He also did Inherent Vice. He loves to do a film, y'all, with Joaquin Phoenix and Daniel Day-Lewis. Like, those are his muses. But he's got a new muse. He's doing a film with Leonardo DiCaprio, who is leading the lead. He's the lead actor in this film. And he's been in this cinema for like 20 years. He's at that same crossroad where he might finally want to get his big Oscar. He's been nominated before, but he deserves. I do say that Paul Thomas Anderson has given us some great films over the years. Boogie Nights is iconic. Leonardo DiCaprio actually said in an interview that he wished he would have been in the film, but he had another big film coming out in 97 called Titanic. And so he had to turn the role down. And so Marky Mark, that's the one y'all like. Y'all love y'all some Marky Mark. And that is for those Mark Wahlberg, who's very problematic, okay? But y'all like him. Y'all think he's so cute. He took the role in Boogie Nights. And, there's also other films that, has been done. And so he's got a interesting career. And now his new film that he's doing, that I find to be exciting is, I think, going to be a big deal. It is One Battle After Another. And there's been a lot of hoorah and chatter, Oscar buzz and chatter about this film. His films, Boogie Nights, Magnolia, There Will Be Blood in the Mass, has racked up 11 Oscar nominations across directing, screenplay, and Best Picture categories. But he's never heard his name called. And that might change with this film. That is, let me give y'all 162 minutes, 162-minute thriller. It's called One Battle After Another. There's a lot of people that will argue it's their time. When the Coen brothers won for No Country for Old Men, Guillermo del Toro with The Shape of Water, Christopher Nolan with Oppenheimer. These were not their necessary career best works, according to Variety. Variety reported on this. But he's 55 years old, and it might be time for him to get it. Like Martin Scorsese went for The Departed. This might be his chance. So all eyes is on Paul Thomas Anderson for this film. Leonardo DiCaprio, is playing a very interesting role. I don't want to tell the movie, but it's very interesting. Regina Hall is in it. A lot of Oscar buzz is circulating around, some other actors who have shown up in some really interesting ways. People are talking about what's going on with the supporting actress race. Tiana Taylor, who was in The 1001. 2 years ago, I saw that movie. People are saying that she might be shooting her shot. People thinking maybe Regina Hall might be the secret weapon to an Oscar nomination. There's a lot of chatter about her, too. Regina Hall, I feel like, has been doing some movies lately that's pushing her in the Oscar conversation. Don't sleep on her, okay? But it's going to be really interesting to see this Oscar campaign, to see how it plays out. So we'll see, how this will play out for them. But I will tell you, I have seen the film. It is definitely Oscar bait. It's a very different movie. Very interesting. Very interesting. Definitely Oscar bait. Definitely can see nominations for it. There's a lot to talk about and unpack in this film. So, we'll see. It comes out later this month. I think it's going to become like a small release or something like that. Like, there's different, like, I don't know. Hollywood has been really weird. And I think that's a lot, too. I think that's a lot going on. And I really feel like we, yeah, it's a lot going on. And I don't know. Like I just feel like with certain films, like they're doing all these limited releases and they're releasing them to like streaming services. And it's kind of pissing me off as a film lover. This film comes out on September 26, 2025. Um, there is some apparent sneak in, like there are some screenings for the film in Philly. I guess there's some like full wide release. So I guess there are people already watching the movie now. Um, but not all theaters might be providing it. A lot of people are saying that One Bow After Another is the best film of his career. Um, it's a very different film from his genre work. It's a lot of stars in it. Um, so I like the film. It's very different. I'll just say that. I'll say that. I could see it getting awards. It's a little different for me, but here it goes, right? So just stay tuned. As far as music goes, some interesting updates that you all wanted me to talk about, but I don't know why we keep talking about Sierra, but I will. Sierra's latest album, CC, flopped. It sold less than 3,000 units. Now, some of y'all might say, how did it flop when she had like certain singles on it that did really well? Because here's how Billboard work. Even if you have a single or a song that does really well on the charts that can help be factored into making your album be gold or whatever the case is. In order for it to actually chart, Billboard on the chart, the 200, it has to at least sell 3,000 and then everything else gets factored. So it has to sell 3,000 the week of. So even if they want to count old sales or pre-sales of the shit, in order for it to chart on the charts that week, in order for those numbers to be factored in and be combined in the conversation, it has to sell at least 3,000 units the week of. So all of my music people, get into that. 3,000 at least has to sell. So what we're saying here is that the week that CC came out, that album came out from Sierra, it didn't even move 3,000 units. Now, I would say an artist should buy their own records, but that's Paola. That ain't, she's an independent artist. She does not want to probably spend that much money to buy 3,000 of her copies. Let's say the album is like $15. 15 times 3 is 45. She had to drop like $45,000 to just chart on the Billboard charts. This is a real thing. There's a lot of money in this game. And we'll talk more about that. But part of the issue that you brought this up was about Russell Wilson wanting more babies and how there's become this weird humiliation ritual they have around this, where Sierra does not like when every time she does press releases, he tries to pose the question to her about when we're going to have some more kids. She kind of don't like it. I don't know if it's tongue in cheek, but I think we might be in an era where we might get annoyed by this couple. Because in some ways, it's like, look, y'all are the cat with the cream. Stop licking yourselves. Y'all are cute. He's cute. You're cute. Y'all have created this blended family that's beautiful. Everyone loves it. It's fine. But like at a certain point, some of the antics that's going on, like y'all, I mean, there's a whole new world out here. I just find it to be a little like, why are you doing this to yourself? So it's just one of those things where it's just like, I think this banter is just like, let Sierra focus on her career, this music career that she still wants to hold on to. I think that part of her making these albums, because I think she signed a really bad deal. I've heard that she had like a really bad music deal. And that some of this is, I think, her putting out music to either, address that deal of how many albums she's got to put out. And I also think some of this is just her. She says she's putting out music for the fans, but where are the fans? And I think the issue is, and someone brought this point up to me about Sierra's music, because I think Sierra's a person. I think she's beautiful. I think that she's can be insightful and inspirational. I think she's great. I think her fashion game is incredible. I know what the problem is, at least for the problem for me. I don't think a Sierra song has resonated with me in like the last 10 years. I think the past, anything past 2015, I don't really care for any of the music that's come out much. I think Body Party, like Level Up was like whatever. It wasn't really like a thing that I cared about. I mean, it wasn't bad. It was just like whatever. But I feel like her music does not age with her. And I mean age with her in the sense that you have these life experiences, and you're not making music that's growing you. You're a woman in your 40s. I'm not saying you can't have fun songs. Janet do it, Madonna do it. But there's a level of maturity in the music that I don't feel like we hear from Sierra. Like Sierra has not grown up with us in the ways that other artists have. And I know people say the Beyonce comparison. I mean, y'all got to stop, right? There's other artists. Like I would say Rihanna, they had, Sierra and Rihanna had to be. But Rihanna's music, that last album, Anti, she was growing with us. We was growing with her. Even Unapologetic, there were certain songs, but like we were growing with her. And she still had hits and bops. I feel like there's other artists that we've grown with through time. I think there's some artists that don't want to grow up. They want to be in Never Never Land. Chris Brown. But there's other artists, like I said, that we listen to their music and there is a growth there. Even when Ashanti was still doing music, Ashanti's music, when she was having at the height of her career, she was opening up to us and growing with us as an artist. And of course, Beyonce. But I just feel like with her, it just seems like she keeps giving us the same songs over and over. There's only one artist that can do that right now and get away with it, unfortunately, and that is Knock Knock, Who's There, Christopher Maurice Brown, whose music I don't even listen to, but you all keep listening to it. So it's what you all like, and that's what you want from him. I think Sierra wants to be the male Chris Brown. I mean, the female Chris Brown. I think that she sees herself in that way. Like she's always wanted to work with him, and then she kind of fell off of him, and then they did that one song together. But I feel like this is how we do. I didn't really listen to that either, but people liked it, whatever. But I think that in some ways, Sierra might want to be the female Chris Brown. Have anybody said this out loud? Maybe they have. I just see that that's what she wants for her career, where she wants to be nostalgic. She wants to dance. She wants to give nothing but feel-good hits. She's not going to want to open up and pour in. She doesn't want to do that. She really just wants to just kind of just be out here jet-setting and dancing and raising money. But we live in a sexist era. And unlike you, Chris Brown did not get married. Chris Brown has, babies out there and things, and children, and he's a father, and he, that's what it is. But, Sierra wants to be a mom, and she wants to be at home, and she wants to, she's taking these different breaks. And, when you're taking breaks like that, and you don't really invest in the music or the artistry enough, and there's not no cohesion and consistency, I'm not saying you can't have a career and be pregnant. I mean, clearly Cardi B has proven that, and we cannot wait. I cannot wait, y'all, for this Friday. Okay? I cannot wait. Sarah McLachlan, all right? And Cardi B. We're ready. We're ready on September 19th. The time has finally come. We're less than a month away from my birthday. We're also days away from these two important albums, Better Broken from Sarah McLachlan and Am I the Drama, Cardi B. We know what's coming. And then Mariah's next week. Mariah. Boring album. I don't know what it was said. Mariah's dropping another album, and I think the Lambs are going to love it. I mean, it's going to sell more than 3,000 the first week. We know that for sure. Doja Scat, whatever you want to call it today, she's dropping another album. I don't really care. I don't know who's wanting a Doja Cat album. I mean, again, she might sell some things. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I think that Doja Cat's still got a fan base. I'm just not enthusiastic about some of these artists, right? And I think some of the problem, and this is interesting, this is a conversation that was brought by Lizzo, who's trying to juggle her own career ups and downs. She has a big story that just came out in some magazine. I read it. I don't know. I think Lizzo keeps sunsetting this album release. At one point, the album was to come out Love in Real Life, and now it's been put on pause. Now she wants to refigure it and everything. I just think that Lizzo is having the type of career that happens to some of these artists. They blow up so fast. Their music, their mood, their vibe isn't really speaking to the moment we're in now, and they don't know what to do with themselves. I think she was in the era of body positivity. Now she is also, slimming in her own way, and that's her body, that's her choice, right? But she is trying to fit into a space musically and sonically that she hasn't already done. And so I think the way that she's navigating it, she's trying too hard, and it just feels forced. And the songs and the sounds just all feel like a walking loud billboard of like ideas and thoughts. I'm just like, no one cares. I just feel like folks want to hear, like, none of these singles have charted. Like, none of this music is making any real movement, like, in a way that it used to be with her songs. But I also think she's just so all over the place because she wants to skirt around having the real songs and talking about the real issues. Put it in the music, girl. Put it in the music. Give us some real songs, some ballads. Give us some real bops. But I think she's just overthinking it right now. She's in her head right now. And as a result, I guess the fans are paying the price. Because rather than have an artist that they really could see evolve in a way that matches, she's too busy trying to respond to the haters. And she's getting caught up in that distraction in a way that it's like, Lizzo, put the emotions and the feelings in the art. Let the fans decide. Period. So, yeah, that's my thoughts. And I say all that to say, the main point she brought up was talking about the algorithm. Talking about the music algorithm, that there's really no song of the summer. Because so much of the algorithm on social media and in music and Spotify and lists and playlists is that it's been so curated to know your taste and what you like that the collective society cannot rally behind a song anymore. That the algorithms to which people are getting music to their acquired taste can put them in a bubble where they're not forced to listen to a lot of songs. I gotta be real with you. She's not lying. There's a lot. I forced myself to listen to some of the songs in the Billboard Hot 100. The number one song in the country, some of these songs, I don't even listen to them. I couldn't even tell you what they are, to be honest. I feel like the last song we all rallied behind as a collective was They Not Like Us. I think that was the last actual, like, legitimate song that we all knew and got behind. Everything else since then has been very curated, I mean, the K-pop Demon Hunters, I don't know anything going on with that. That song, Golden, I don't think I've heard it, but yet it's a big hit on Netflix, but it's in its own algorithm. Like, I'm not hearing that. So that's weird to me. Ordinary by Alex Warren, I have not heard that. Man Child by Sabrina Carpenter, it was forced to me on the radio. It's just a lot of these songs that are out right now that I'm just like not even listening to. And yet they're what is going on? What's going on is that their fans are streaming the songs, getting addicted to it. And that's enough to take over the charts. Like, whoever teams or stands wins. But like the collective consensus as artists and musicians and people listening, you can literally not know most of these major songs. The songs I just named, you're like, I never heard that. Some of y'all have not heard these songs. And yet they're like on the top 5 of the Billboard Hot 100 right now. You're like, what? And it makes sense. Maybe some of you all heard one of the songs or your kid listened to one of the songs. But literally there's a universe where the number one song in the country might not have been heard by most people. They might not even know it because streaming is driving a lot of this. Like the idea of buying a hit single or radio airplay is being further and further reduced. So there's no universal song in the summer like anymore. I would say last year, even if you know Espresso, you knew Espresso. And part of it is because of the mass marketing of the single beyond just YouTube. Like YouTube video played a role because that video was hot. They made a point to play the song on a podcast. They made the point, not on mine, but they made the point to go on interviews and really push it. We don't see that much major draw for artists nowadays. Like the days of Beyonce having a viral smash hit. I mean, I would say, again, Texas Hold'em had a moment, right? But that was early last year. I would say past They Not Like Us, a lot of these songs are very much internal amongst fans. Even Taylor Swift to a certain degree. Like a lot of Taylor Swift songs, I mean, the fans like it, but it's not a universal hit. I mean, her newest songs, like Fortnite, I don't think anyone liked Fortnite. I don't think, some people might have liked this song personally, but I think collectively, nobody rallied behind Fortnite like that. by Taylor Swift. That album. I mean, that song. That her fans liked it, so that's why I chart number one. But like collectively, no one was like, yo, that Fortnite song is that song, right? Unless they were already Taylor Swift fans. I'm thinking of like Taylor Swift's songs like You Belong With Me, right? Or I Knew You Were Trouble, right? Or Shake It Off, right? Those were like universal hits that like, if you liked the song or didn't like the song, you knew the song. You heard the song. Blank Space, baby, that's a hit that's still like grits. That's actually one of my favorite Taylor Swift songs of all time, though, is Blank Space. Like, get into those lyrics. Get into the mood. Oh, so good. So good. Like, I know people be like, Taylor Swift is off of her. She's an engaged woman. She's not talking about her exes anymore in songs. I get it, girl. But when she did at times, them songs were hits. But like universal songs, Single Ladies, Ed Sheeran, when he has some of his songs, Thinking Out Loud, right? Like a song like that is a universal hit, even if you didn't personally care for it. Bruno Mars. Okay? Which one from Bruno Mars, right? Where do I start with Bruno Mars? Gaga. Early Gaga. New Gaga. Some people say Die With A Smile it could be art. Ain't nobody doing all that. Adele, Hello. Rolling in the Deep. Someone Like You. Okay? These are universal songs. Soulja Boy, Crank That Soulja Boy. Even if you didn't like it, that was a hit. Okay? A lot of folks the news had to cover it. Remember that? When you had to hear white anchors be like, there's a song called Crank That Soulja Boy. Like, that was a moment, right? We don't have too much of that nowadays. It's just like, the algorithm isn't creating that. And Lizzo, to be real, is a woman who's created universal hits. About Damn Time, you had white folks liking that song. You had black folks liking that song. That song was a universal hit. We don't have that right now. Where is the big universal hit? What is the record of the year? What is the song of the year? What is the song that we all have heard and we all can be like, yeah. Like, yeah. Like Usher's Yeah with Lil Jon. And that's a song. Ludacris on that song. Like, that's a universal hit. No matter where you go, you still hear Yeah. Yeah is like, 20-something years old now. You hear Yeah on commercials, on movies, at a high school dance floor. The kids are still popping to Yeah. That's a hit. Where are those hits? We're not hearing those hits. So I got to give it to Lizzo. Lizzo, you're not making hits right now. None of the songs you're producing right now are hits. But you got an ear for a hit elsewhere. You have said it correctly. Where was the fucking song of the summer? Now, my song of the summer was Outside. I liked Outside by Cardi B. But that got in the top 10 of Billboard. But that was not the overall song of the summer. For me, it was a song of the summer. Everything else that came out was just like blah. I felt like Outside was the closest song of the summer we got. Was it Bodak Yellow? No. But that's a universal hit. Bodak Yellow was a universal hit. Anaconda by Nicki, because I know the Nicki girls. That was a universal hit. You all knew where you was at with Anaconda in that video. Wrecking Ball by Miley Cyrus. Oops, I Did It Again by Britney. We got to throw Britney in there. Britney gave y'all a bunch, okay? Hit Me Baby One More Time. Toxic. My girl made hits. Put some respect on Britney's name. Single Ladies. And I know some of y'all gonna get mad when I say this, but Halo was a universal hit. You may not like it, Dr. Parks. You may not like it, Jamarcus. I know y'all some serious beehivers. But Halo is a universal hit. They was putting Halo in food, giving back food commercials for food hunger. Remember that Fight Hunger? They played that song at graduations, funerals. They played that shit everywhere, child. I was like, girl, I can hear your Halo. If no one told you they can hear your Halo, I can hear your Halo. We don't have those hits anymore. So I just hope that the conversations we're hearing, The speculation about lawsuits might be coming to payola because people are starting to share how much it costs to get a top 40 hit, how much money you got to have a top 40 hit, how to have a top 20 hit, and then how you have to have a song that's strong enough. Like, you mean to tell me it's pay for play? That's what it sounds like. That's what the streets are saying. People are saying that the payola is payoloing. So there are situations where the artists are trying to figure out their groove. So there needs to be a conversation. There needs to be a conversation. Because there is a lot of money in this industry. I'm hearing all kind of stories. Okay, how much it costs to take a record to the top. This industry professional was saying it on an interview recently. And let me tell you this. Okay, I'm going to give you the numbers. How much it costs. It will cost a certain amount of money, okay, if you're an indie artist to get on these charts. Big money. Okay, so if you got urban mainstream, it's $50,000 to get in the top 40 to get there. $25,000 if you're trying to get into the top 20. So this is some serious dollars. Okay, and then y'all got $70,000. To move the money. There's bots. There's all kind of stuff happening in the industry. There's speculation there's going to be this big, huge, lawsuit with radio stations. There's going to be this RICO case. I mean, this is being speculated. None of this has been reported on. But there's speculation there's going to be some major federal case or some RICO case that might be cracking down payola in the industry. Apparently, there's some big old crackdown that's coming through the music industry. It's going to shake up the music industry. We don't know yet, but that is something that's been put out there in the radar. A lot of music industry folks, I know folks in LA and stuff, there's been some chatter in the music industry that there might be a big, huge RICO case potentially coming at some of these radio stations and companies around how they've been funneling music. And there's some weird stuff just going on in general with these numbers, but I digress. I would just say stay tuned and stay woke because that would be very telling. So the Emmys, which I watched on Sunday night, it was interesting, I guess. I love award shows, and the Emmys is a lot more clean. Like, what I mean by they are with the Oscars and the Grammys, they're a lot more organized. So they're going to make sure there's the winners. Where do I want to go? Do I want to go to the bad, the good, the ugly? How do I want to start? I'll start with the good. So the good was that there were a couple of surprises. The Pit won Best TV Drama, which was a shock because a lot of people thought that Severance was going to take it. Because Severance had won a lot of awards throughout the night. And so they won, oh my goodness, they won Best Actress in the Lead Role. Severance won that. They won Best Supporting Actor in a drama series, the first ever Black man to win that award, an actor named Tramiel, who's also Black and queer, which was also pretty dope. They had swept in some big categories. So there were, they got some, but there was a lot of surprise wins. Like Andor won for writing in a drama. Adolescents swept in their, respective category for the most part. Comedy was kind of predictable. I was annoyed. I mean, Hacks just can't stop winning, even though the studio swept. It was weird because with Hacks, the lead actress and the lead actress, Jean Smart, and the supporting actress, Hannah Inbinder, who gave a very compelling speech. They won. I think Jean Hack, this is her fourth win. She always wins at this point. But finally, Hannah Inbinder had finally won, which was great. But I really wanted Janelle James to win for Abbott Elementary. I felt like this season was her highlight season. And so that was a little bit of a bummer. Abbott got swept out. The studio mostly took everything else. Between the two actress wins, there was the White Lotus didn't even win anything. And I think there were people that thought maybe the White Lotus could slide a win, at least for Best Supporting Actress for Carrie Coon in a comedy. That didn't happen. They just got swept out. Abbott got swept out. The Bear got swept out, which is not a surprise to him at this point. But the studio won like a lot of the major prizes. Best lead actor for Seth Rogen, who finally won something. Um, the studio just won most of the bigger prizes in comedy for the most part. Like they mostly swept everything. Yeah, it wasn't, comedy was just kind of like eh, you know. Um, yeah, but the drama category this year was really all over the place with wins, and so that was the biggest surprises because it was the Pitt versus Severance that was like the big fight. So to see, the Pitt win was like the biggest shocker of the night. Kind of like when like Hacks won last year for best comedy. Everybody thought The Bear was going to win again. So that was a pleasant surprise. Um, but yeah, it was interesting. Um, I'm thinking about just other categories that really took me. Like yeah, like Seth Rogen wins, Gene. Oh, the Jeff Hiller win for Somebody Somewhere in Best Supporting Actor in a Comedy Series is another big shocker. Uh, but yeah, for the most part, it was pretty much major sweeps. Like the studio swept some, and Hacks got a piece of the pie. Drama was between Pitt and Severance for the most part, going for the awards. So there was some okay things. There wasn't. So I'm still on the good things, right? Okay. Other good things that I like because it wasn't too many things. What did I like? What did I like? I like Stephen Colbert. Stephen Colbert winning, with all the drama at CBS and him pretty much having to wrap this show up. This was his last possible win for a late night show. And so for him to get his final, Emmy's glory in that kind of way was refreshing. To see him get that love was great. That was a really strong highlight. Reba McEntire singing Thank You for Being a Friend to pay homage to the 35th. Is it the 35th or the 40th? The 40th anniversary 35th anniversary of the Golden Girls. That was pretty good to see that take place. That show, well, yeah, I'm sorry, 40 years. It was 40 years. I'm like, oh goodness, time is flying. Yeah, 40 years of the Golden Girls. That was kind of cool. The in memorial was the Felicia Rashad paying tribute to the late great Malcolm Jamal Warner. That was touching. Okay, was that the good things? Okay, so the bad and ugly things. I don't know because bad and ugly can gotta go hand in hand. It was pretty white. Like there was not much diversity in the winners. There was only one black actor that won. There wasn't that many black presenters for the most part. It was really, really white. Like really, really white. It wasn't that much diversity of winners. And this TV season, there were some diversity in the nominations and the nominees. Like women in comedy were nominated, but just the wins were just very like just the same old, same old. I'll say one good thing before I get to the ugly and bad. Traders winning in competitive series out of RuPaul. Because RuPaul, that sweep that they had just kept getting played out for me. So it was nice to see Traders win something. So back on that. But yeah, it was just very white. And it was very clear that they were intentionally trying to do that. A lot of country music performers. The host was just whack. I don't even know who the host was, some comedian. He was just not a good host. He was just kind of just not entertaining. He just bombed in so many different ways. And we'll get to that little money contest. But it just seemed like they were just trying so hard to be apolitical. The speeches were not really as meaningful. It was just very safe and soft. And the 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 entertainment quality for the most part was just really, really like the flavor and fever was just, you just know that the direction of media in this way is just so apolitical and just so flat and just so seasoned. It was unseasoned. It was a very unseasoned Emmys. Shirley Ralph was there with Senator Vincent Hughes, her husband, and they were there. But they didn't have her present, which was a waste. Like, it would have been nice to see the cast of Abbott kind of show up in a way. It just seemed very like blah. And this is what reminds me of like the era, like when Trump got elected in 2016, the first time he got elected, where you see TV really go like more right. And not necessarily right politically, but the taste. It goes back to this idea of like middle America. And the gag is that they're not really watching the Emmys. They don't care about these award shows. Like, these award shows are being maintained by coastal elites, West Coast aspiring actors, the arts, the gays, people of color in the theatrical community. It's that's who goes for these types of shows. Like, they're not going. It's never going to appeal to that base of people because they're not a part of that community in the way. I mean, they are a part partially, but they don't dominate the taste and the interest and the politics of the crowd. It's just not there. A lot of these shows are talking about subject matter that does not appeal to them. Like, they don't. Maybe The Pit, I will say. Maybe they watch The Pit, perhaps. Severance, I'm doubting it. I'm doubting Abbott, maybe. Who? Probably not. Like, they're not watching a lot of these shows that are centered on, gun control conversations, transgender characters, LGBTQ characters in general. Like, diversity, equity, inclusion, combating racism. Like, they're not dealing with DEI themes and stuff. They're not watching this type of stuff. And so for the award show to just capitulate, because that's going to be the theme of this era, the word capitulate, you're going to hear a lot. And if you don't know what capitulation means, because, I'm not going to assume, it means to cease to resist an opponent or an unwelcome demand surrender. Basically, you're kowtowing to people you don't like, that don't give a fuck about you, pretty much, to be French. That's what it means. And a lot of that just is happening in media and culture and arts in a way that is just so annoying, so uncomfortable, just sucks out the life of things. And so this is the first, the Grammys, we had the Grammys. But the Grammys, I think the reason why the way the Grammys went down, one, Beyonce wins album of the year. So that took the cake for me, that award show. That was everything for a country album. Like, if she wins best country album, it's like a big, huge FU to like the establishment. But the thing about the Grammys award show, and the reason why I feel like that was a little bit different, is because of the fact that we were dealing with the fires in Hollywood and in California and LA. So the theme of the conversation was about, restoring homes. And it was just bringing together, like, everybody coming together to support those who lost their homes through the fires in LA. So a lot of just the mood at that point was like, look, fuck all this other stuff. Let's focus on families. Let's focus on restoring LA. So I think that's why that award show was different, even though it was some great moments and some really great moments. So there wasn't that focus. But I think out of that, right, the award shows that has come, the Tonys were, the Tonys always kind of is a little bit their own niche. So that award show was okay. BET Awards, that was just, there was moments. There were some good moments, but it wasn't the best. The MTV Video Music Awards was just like blah. But yeah, it just was just like, and again, also very apolitical too. It was kind of flat too. And the Emmys were pretty flat. There was nothing that super memorable. This was like one of those skip past you, no one won that. There was a couple of cool wins, but there was nothing that really just felt. The ugliest thing, and I don't know how I feel about this, was the situation with the Boys and Girls Club donations. So they wanted people there was a challenge about being like your speeches, not going over your speeches. So everyone had 45 seconds. And if you went over your speech, so the host decides that he wants to put up $100,000 to support the Boys and Girls Club. That was like the best thing of his entire hosting gig. Everything else he did was pretty much flat, in my opinion. So he puts up $100,000 and he basically says, look, if people go over their 45-minute speech. Each second takes $1,000 off. But if you go under 45 seconds, then each second that you do goes $1,000 up. So throughout the show, it's a gain. It's a go up, go down, go up, go down. Things were looking good midway through the show, but things got really bad because people just went really over in the speeches. And I thought it was a cool challenge because you would think that would incentivize Hollywood to shut up and not go over the show. Well, they can't help themselves. Even amongst, the self-congratulation of it all, people just kept talking and talking and talking and cutting that balance down to the point that the last time I think I checked, they was like negative $60,000. Like negative $60,000 by all the people. There were people that were like, gave a quick little speech and it moved up. And then there were people who just took us down, and it was just like a back and forth. And it was such embarrassing that they went negative 60,000. And there were at some points where certain celebrities were like, oh, I'll pay the difference. And there's part, it was like, it's not the point. And I get some people, right, that what annoyed me was like Seth Rogen, because like, dude, you like won like 4 Emmys. At some point, if you're going up that many times, I get the first time you win, you don't know if you're going to go back again, right? So the first time you're like, look, I'm going to savor this moment because this might be the only moment in my life. But then you go on stage. Like there were certain people like from adolescents that were like going up on stage multiple times. And it's like, how many times are you going to give like a speech the same thing? Like you've thanked Netflix, you thanked Ted Sarandos, you thanked Tim Cook. You didn't thank these people already. Like, get the fuck, like, come on. And it was just like, I don't know, like if I won an Emmy or any award like that, like the first time I win, oh yeah, I'm going to give the speech because I don't know what's going to happen. But at a certain point, once I start winning, I'm just going to just be like, yo, I'm not going to keep going up giving like long ass speeches and elongated speeches. At a certain point, you just like, thank you. I appreciate y'all. Love y'all. Something, especially when we know it's a charity competition, but they just kept talking. It's wild. I like when I watch shows like the Grammys or even the Oscars, like some of the people that will win multiple times, those speeches get smaller. But for whatever reason with Emmys, the speeches just kept going. Like people just would not shut up. It was wild to me. But I guess people were excited, whatever. But in the end, the host is like, CBS wants to give 100,000 and he's going to give 250,000. I was like, whoa, you're giving more than the company. So $350,000 goes to the Boys and Girls Club at the very end of the show, which kind of was like, that's cool. At least it ends on a happy note, on this generous note. But it was also kind of telling like, rich people are going to rich people, or celebrities go celebrity. And it's like, y'all just didn't give a fuck. Y'all just didn't care. I mean, were y'all in on it? Like it's like a textbook example of like, celebrities are not our friends in that kind of way. Because I'm just like, this was a real competition. Like, I wondered to myself, like, with certain award shows, these, like, what it would look like if my organization or somebody tried something like that. Like, if we did, like, per dollar, like, if people put up, like, $1,000, and then anybody who went over, it would be like $10 added. But if you talked, then you would lose $10. I'm not going to do it this year for the gala, but I'm thinking to myself for another award show I might do, that might be an interesting thing to experiment with. But I don't know if I want to do it acceptance speeches because people just don't know how to shut up. It's like I have to find an incentive. Maybe just putting a screen and like people like donating, like mobile donations. Because I went to a couple of galas where I seen people do that, and it's like almost like a competition where people really want to see the numbers go, so everyone wants to chip in and keep raising it to hit the goal. So that's kind of cool. But like, I don't know. I just found that to be very cringy in so many different ways. But overall, if I was to give this award show a rating, I would give it a 4 out of 10. And I'm being really generous. I would say a 4 out of 10. I was not, I could have skipped it, y'all, to be honest. I could have just like waited for the results. I didn't really miss anything. And if you weren't watching live, you did not miss anything. Like what I'm telling you were like the major highlights. Yeah, I mean, honestly, in a nutshell, it was The Pit and Adolescence and The Studio and Hacks and Severance. Like that was pretty much the winners. Everybody else, there wasn't much for anybody else. I mean, There was like a one win for like Slow Horses, that show. And then there was a win for Andor that surprised everybody. And that was pretty much, oh, and Somebody Somewhere, that show, Somebody Somewhere won. And that was like a random shocking win. But outside of that, it was just pretty safe. Like, it's only like a couple of shows that dominate the rest of the damn Emmys, and almost like everybody else could have went home. Like Dying for Sex could have went home. I mean, The Penguin like won a surprise a win, but like if you were like The Last of Us could have went home, The White Lotus could have went home, Paradise could have went home. Um, that I mean, everybody else like these categories, Shrinking could have went home, The Bear could have went home, Only Murders in the Building, that was torturous, Nobody Wants This, like no, all these shows could have went home. Like they didn't win anything, they went home 0 for 0. It was just like, yeah. I mean, Saturday Night Live, oh, that was the other like ugly moment, was that there was speculation that Beyonce and Jay-Z was going to probably be there at the Emmys. We don't know if they were or weren't. We can't confirm, but they were not on air, okay? And so there was a part where they were talking about like, oh, Jay-Z was nominated for his role in the Super Bowl special for, I guess, variety program. The Beyonce Bowl was nominated Beyonce. So Beyonce and Jay-Z were up against each other in the same category, which is kind of cool. That was the Kendrick Lamar Super Bowl halftime show performance. Jay-Z's, I guess, is a part of that, of course, as a producer. And then the Beyonce Bowl, of course, is Beyonce's. But they lost to the SNL 50th anniversary special, which was running against itself because there was like a concert special too, and it was nominated. And even with the two SNL things nominated, the SNL anniversary special won, which not, I'm a little I would have loved Beyonce Bowl to win. That was my personal favorite. But I was like, I get it because it was like SNL, like everyone and their mother was on that special, like season, like that special, like everybody on TV. So it's almost like they almost like wanted to like super load it with a bunch of people. So like everybody showed up to vote for themselves or vote for the show because they knew about it. Like everybody knew about it. So it made sense that it won. But it was just like SNL. I just wonder, like that show's been out for 50 years. It's like not good anymore. Like I don't find SNL that good in TV, to be honest. I feel like it's past its prime. Like, I don't know. It's a TV iconic relic, but it's like just on TV because it's always been on TV. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, I don't find it that good. The comedians that are coming out now are not that funny. The musical performances, perhaps. Like, I will be watching or probably watching clips of the Taylor Swift, October 3rd, when it returns on October 3rd. Like, I'll watch Taylor Swift. I mean, that's a big musical act. But, like, I don't know. I haven't really been excited about SNL since, I don't know, when Tom Hanks had the Halloween spooky costume on a couple years ago. That was a moment. But it's just, I don't know. Like, during election seasons, it's okay, but it's just, I don't know. I feel like it's lost its luster. It's go now, exit stage left. But yeah, it was, like again, it was a 4 out of 10 to be generous. I wasn't really excited about that show. Yeah, wrapping up shows I've been watching. The Paper has been really good. It's on Peacock. It's the version of The Office. I watched a couple episodes. I don't know if I'll stick watching it. I might wait for all the episodes to air and then watch it, like binge watch it. It's okay. It's not, I mean, I wouldn't compare it to The Office, but it's not a bad show. Let me be very clear. It's pretty good. It's all right. It's fine. Other shows that everyone's been like trying to get me to watch or talk to me about. Look, I can't watch everything. I'm too busy running 2 shows, and I got a radio show that is on terrestrial radio, and I have a podcast. So between that, getting ready for other things that I'm working on, I watch a couple TV. I will watch a documentary, like the Catfish documentary. I could sit down, watch that for like 90 minutes or 2 hours. I'm cool with that, right? But trying to get me to sit down and watch all these episodes of a show is just like that's a lot. I mean, a miniseries movie or something, maybe, but like a TV show to like dig into it, I'm just not invested as much. I feel like there's just so much TV on TV. And it's not all that good. Like I have a couple of shows I watch, but everything just seems to be like, eh. So I want to address this though, and then, we'll wrap up here. But K. Michelle Well, let me back up. Pretty Little Liars is coming back for season 3. That is cool. Pretty Little Liars. Is it Pretty Little Liars? Is that the show? Because I feel like I don't want to say, like, I feel like there's another show. Um, and I think I might be wrong. I don't think is it Pretty Little Liars? No, it's not Pretty Little Lies. It's another show. But it has like Nicole Kidman. I want to make sure I get this show right. Big Little Lies. Big Little Lies. Not Pretty Little Lies. Pretty Little Liars is another show. It's not on anymore. It's Big Little Lies. That's what it is. Nicole Kidman, Meryl Streep, Reese Witherspoon, and all of them. Big Little Lies. That show is coming back for a 3rd season. So that's exciting, right? That was a good show. And there was like one of those like pandemic hits. So a new show. So Real Housewives of Atlanta, I don't watch it. I haven't watched it for years. But K. Michelle is coming on the show. She is going to join it. I have thoughts. There's been a lot of debate on the internet about this, and it's petty TV. It's light chat, right? Everything can be so dark and serious. I have mixed thoughts about this show, about her appearance, right? A lot of people are saying it's going to cheapen the brand. A lot of people think it's like, oh, they don't want these type of celebrities on this show, blah, 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 blah. All right, let me start off by saying this. I have pros and cons about this. I'll get into the pros first before I get into the cons. And I am ambivalent. I'm indifferent to this. I don't know. I'm torn. I don't know how I feel about this. I don't know if I'm gonna watch the show. I don't know if I care to watch the show. But here's my thoughts on this. So one is that Real Housewives of Atlanta has an identity crisis. They have worn a lot of their talent. Some people have come back, some people have not come back. I'm not going to talk about whether, the stuff with Kenya Moore. I don't really like Kenya Moore anymore. I don't care for her. But then people say, oh, maybe Nene Leakes. I think that ship is sailed, that era is sailed. Candy's not on the show anymore. So a lot of the nucleus of the show, Portia on and off again, whatever. Portia's not on, whatever. It's a lot of the major Cynthia, where's she at? I mean, there's a lot of people that made that show has evolved into something else. So in so many ways, this show is not what it used to be. And it's been on for 5,000 years at this point, over a decade. So I do feel like the show needs some new blood and some new energy. So I do think K. Michelle coming on does bring some people talking, because the fact that even people are talking about Real Housewives of Atlanta, like when they could have ignored it, because Potomac seems to be the new hot thing that gets the girls going. Salt Lake City has its own drama. There's other shows within the Real Housewives franchise. I mean, New York is just not good. It fell off, right? New Jersey, I don't even know if that still is around, but the New York show just has failed. And all the Orange County is an identity crisis. But like a lot of these franchise shows, I mean, Atlanta was initially the main one that everyone talked about. Potomac seems to suck out the life because it's black. Now, my thoughts about the celebrities of K. Michelle and a celebrity being on the show. I do feel like historically celebrities coming on the show hasn't really done much. Like Kim Fields on Atlanta wasn't all that. There was Claudia Jordan. I wasn't impressed with her on the show. And also, it's like Real Housewives. Where are the wives? It just seems like that's also missing. It kind of reminds me of like Basketball Wives. Even though Basketball Wives definitely did up the ante this season. And I did watch some of the recent stuff. I don't watch it all the time, but I do watch a little bit of clippings, and I have found it to be some of the drama with that is between them. Jackie Christie keeps that show going. Erica, Jennifer, not Erica. It's not. I keep calling her Erica Minnie because she kind of looks like her. Evelyn, wrong E. Evelyn Lozada. She comes with the fire. Jennifer and and Malaysia and all them. They come with the energy. So the show continues. Brandy, like they keep that show going in spite of Shawnee O'Neal, she's not really on the show like that anymore. She's a good old married woman to a church, and she's a first lady of a church. that show basketball wise worked because everybody's still intact and they're still bringing the fire. So it is still interesting to me, that show. I don't watch it all the time, but when I do, it's still interesting. Love and Hip Hop Atlanta. Y'all know I watch that religiously. I've been watching it because they have kept the fire. This recent episode between Yandy and Rashida, oh my goodness, it was gold. It's been gold this season. Like every episode has had a purpose. There's been interest. There's talk of divorce between, Jaceel, or as we all know him as Young Jock, and his girl, Kendra, who she keeps threatening she's gonna leave his ass. Girl, you knew what you got with when you got with him, girl. Stop all that threatening. You're gonna divorce. You're not leaving. And I get annoyed. Sidebar. I have to say this. I'm a little long winded with this, but I can't stand when super educated women get on they get these rappers, right, and they do this on all these different reality shows, and they present themselves as a lead, high tier, they're highbrow, they're better than all this. And then they get in these situations with these men where these men are dogs, they're cheaters, or they're messing around or whatever. And the women will always threaten and say, "Oh, I can be better off," like whatever. And I'm just sitting there like, well, if you knew that, why did you fool with him? He was out of your league. Like, you're better than this. If Kendra, you got, why? Why did you get with the rapper? Why did you get the rapper with like 9 baby mamas? Like, why? Well, not 9 baby mamas, like about 4 or 5 of them, but still around that number. Why did you get with him? You're this educated woman. You don't have a child of your own. You have to put your eggs up. You decided that you're better than this or whatever, but you consistently threaten that you can leave him, you could be better off, and you'll be happier. Well, then go to freedom, baby, because this is not what you want. This man literally was married to another woman for many, many years, but had tons of babies, and they had a understanding, right? It's just like, what are you doing? What are you doing here? So it just annoys me when there's always that type of like, oh, I could be better off. Well, then leave him, please. I would love Kendra to go off because you already know that how this is going to be, right? But then you got Rashida, you got Kirk, and you got, Yandy, and then DC's in that bullshit. It's like, they sticking with their man regardless. It seems like Yandy's not really feeling. I don't know. It's just every episode you don't know where it's gonna go. But they're both like loud and wrong, and it's entertaining to watch slightly because you're like, both of you all are married to pieces of shit. Like, both of you are married to men who are not shit. Like Rashida, your husband had a baby on you, even though he was out here. He cheated on you throughout this entire franchise. He's cheated on you. You took him back after his infidelity, and then he turned around, cheated on you again, had a baby on you. Now the baby mother, okay, of the love child, she is literally now a cast member of the show, and she's then got a bag. So y'all done brought another woman on in a situation, right? And it's like you want to sit up here and you want to slut shame this girl, but like, who are you to slut shame? Like, your husband is a slut. He's the one who can't control himself. Like, at the end of the day, should she mess with a married woman? Absolutely not. Jasmine should not have messed with a married woman. But Kirk, you knew what Kirk was before he messed with her. It was women before that. So you tolerate it. And as people always say, accept what you expect. So you should expect it because you accept it. Like, that's just what it is, girl. Yandy with Mendices. Yandy, Mendices, and y'all have been having this back and forth throughout the entirety. Your marriage was a lie for many years. You weren't married to him. You were scared to get married to him because you didn't want the child support to take the money out of your money that you earned, right? Fair. But here's the thing. You knew what he was the whole time. He's cute. Like, let me say that. Man, DC look good. And Kurt look good too. I ain't gonna play. Both of them are good looking men. So I'm going to say that. But at the end of the day, these are beautiful women too. These are beautiful black women too. Like, Yandy doesn't have a hard time getting a man, and Rashida wouldn't either. But with Yandy, it's like the man went behind, when y'all were dating, before he got locked up for that period of time, right? And it was a very unfortunate situation. But before he went to jail, he got one of the women he was messing around with. When y'all were on a break, he had a quote unquote break baby with that same woman. Put her in an apartment. You had to switch the keys out. And you talking about this is what wives do. And you weren't really legally married to him. Like, put on a clown face. He goes to jail. He gets incarcerated. You stay quote unquote loyal and faithful to him, trying to keep the house going, make money, keep the things though. He comes out and pretty much implies to you that he don't know if he would have done the same for you if the shoe was on his foot. That is when you should have left his ass, honey. That's when you should have left. But instead, you stay with him, keeping this narrative up, trying to perform this relationship with everybody sees the mess. He has been throughout in the blogs and in the press having these multiple infidelities and cheating. You have tried to, in so many ways, lie your way out of your teeth throughout the entire 2 past seasons, claiming that there's rumors, jealousy, lies, that she was a part of it, and you are lying to the point where this man is sending voice messages to other women with his voice, talking to these women. And it's like the man has expressed, even on the show, that he doesn't want to be married. He looks miserable like Todd was with Candy before she took her mother out the equation with the mess. Todd looks a little bit healthier now. But like, it's like these men look like they're in shambles. And meal tickets. Now, Rashida and Kurt, I will say that is not a real marriage, in my opinion. That is a business partnership. Like, they got a lot of shit going on in their life, and it's a lot going on. I feel like they stay together. They have an understanding. Well, just say that. Just say that. Just, like, take us out of our misery as listeners, as viewers of the show. Like, Rashida, I'm not convinced that you care what that man do. Like, he has a hold on you. You have a hold on him. Whatever y'all got going on, stop acting like there's accountability. Like, that man can't cheat on you because you allow it. That's why you're not really that mad. You feel like you have to perform your frustration, but you clearly know and you lie. It's a waste of time. Like, it's 2025. People have situationships and special agreements, understandings. That's what it is. Not over here in this household. But I wouldn't be surprised the type of life they live in Hollywood. As far as Yandy goes with Mendices, baby, what value does he give you outside of being a father to kids that y'all have? Like, what actual value, like structure? He embarrasses you in public. He literally telling people about y'all business. The narrative is he don't even like you, which is just really embarrassing. Take yourself out of that. Please free yourself. You do not have to perform this whole narrative. Like, we got to keep Black love alive. Black love can only be alive if the people involved in the love both want it to be. One person can't want it more than the other. It's love requires at least 2 people. It has to involve a connection. If you don't have a connection with the person, the love is only felt for yourself. And I remember at one point, Jessica White, who's one of the castmates on the show, she's one of the women who dated Nick. No, she didn't have a baby by him. But she made a joke that said, well, I love you like Mendices loves you. And I said, girl, I almost passed out. I said, whoa, that was a read. And I don't know if Yandy caught the read, but it was like, girl, you in danger, sis. This girl done read you. And it's just embarrassing to watch. Secondhand embarrassment, but it's also kind of like a little Schweinenfreude, like a little bit of like, like a little bit like you're enjoying the double. But it's almost like they're getting paid. They're getting compensated to put their business on TV. So it's not like I'm watching this labor be exploited. It's not like an episode of like Maury or Jerry Springer where people were not being paid and they were on TV and they were being humiliated. Like, they choose to put themselves on TV in this way. Like, this is a humiliation ritual for them, as the people say. Like, they enjoy this for capital. And the thing is that none of them are producing any music that anyone listens to. I mean, I guess Spice might be, but like Lil Scrappy ain't putting music that we want to hear. Bambi is doing her thing. She's a reality star princess. I enjoy Bambi on the show. But like, everybody else is like, where's this music that everybody keeps talking about? Like, it's all these people who had hits that were many years ago, but they're not putting out any music that's current and relevant. So I struggle with that. But it's love and hip hop. Any hip hop that we can hear. I mean, the love is barely there too. But the cons with K. Michelle going on the show, I just feel like, has K. Michelle decided that music is not what she wants to do? And she hasn't really gave us much. She had a couple of dud albums, like recently. She was on a right streak. Her first 2 albums that came out, those were fire. And then everything kind of got a little weird after that. It was like the rest of those albums just kind of did not maintain in quality and sales and relevance. So that was very telling. And so I wonder, like, is this a way for her to try to like recuperate her fandom and get back on reality show? I think going on a reality show, she was like the first member of the Love and Hip Hop franchise before Cardi B came out that had a successful career outside of the show. Like, the show did give her, an opportunity to have a career that made her leave the show. But then she came back. And I was like, wait a minute, you're supposed to, you don't come back. Like, Cardi B's never coming back to Love and Hip Hop, okay? She got that Mona Scott check or whatever, and then she moved on and her career really catapulted. Like, they can't afford her. I mean, she's never going back on the show like this. She doesn't need to. Cardi B is a global superstar. She is the biggest success story from the Love and Hip Hop franchise. But K. Michelle was the first that seemed to have potential. I mean, she had an album that charted, okay? Singles that charted, like top 40 hits, top 20 hits on the R&B charts. Like, she had a real career. Like, we're not going to play her like that, right? And I'm talking about someone who had a career from the show. Like, she got on the show, and the show helped give her that, right? That was a benefit until it wasn't. And now I think she's trapped in the reality show world where it's like that. And I feel like that's the same thing with Tamar Braxton. Like, we're not getting any new music from Tamar Braxton. Tamar Braxton is doing everything but music at this point. And so it's almost like, I want to say, like, is it a recession indicator? Like, that certain stars go to reality TV or start doing commercials, right? Like, I saw a commercial this weekend with The Weeknd promoting coffee. Now, I don't think he's broke or anything like that, but it's just very interesting that, like, these celebrities are, like, getting, like, hyper focused on brands in a way where it's like, doesn't even have the impact. Like Sydney Sweeney. I mean, there's Oscar buzz around one of these films she's about to be in, but a lot of the movies she's been in this year has been duds. And the American Eagle thing, the jeans thing, did not actually pan out. And I think it did more harm for her than good, to be honest. But yeah, it's just like all these people getting into these advertisements and selling products and things. It's like, it's giving a recession indicator with some of that. But, it's TV. So, this has been a very long show. But you all love it because here's the thing. I am going to LA later this week for the GLAAD Black Creators Summit. I'm super excited to be able to do this this experience, this summit, to meet all these great influencers, to be down there. So I most likely will I'll most likely be recording the podcast in LA before my flight because of the time zone thing. So, bear with me there. But I'm excited. It's going to be a great time. Did not expect to go to LA a second time this year, but shoot, I'm going with a purpose and it's going to be some really fun things and it's going to be exciting. And, I'll keep you all posted. So stay tuned on my social because there's going to be some big people. I'm like, there's going to be some big people there and some great opportunities. So the sky's the limit and I'm super excited about it. And, this week is going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot of exciting things and some fun stuff. And I'm just going to make sure, I keep the sunscreen on and, do that neck. Don't forget that neck and have a great time. And as always, be well and be best.
Ernestly Speaking is recorded in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania and can be found on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts. To stay up to date with the latest on the show, follow me on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at Mr. Ernest Owens. Use the hashtag Ernestly Speaking to tell me what you thought about this episode, and check out my website at ernestowens.com.